Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 2991. However, before that, Long Chen wanted to lure the demon banquet into the death rain and fight him. His goal, of course, was to challenge his limits, and at the same time, he regarded the demon banquet as an opportunity for him to become a divine king. It required skill and ability. The 5 divine venerables were the sect master of the barbaric wilderness, divine sun, yin and yang celestial emperor, and immortal divine phoenix. Although the 5 of them usually had disputes, when the ancient demon was wreaking havoc, they naturally joined forces. No matter what, the strongest expert on Pangu continent was the ancient god of the barbaric wilderness. Under his suppression, if the other 4 wanted to survive on Pangu continent, they had to cooperate with the barbaric wilderness sect in matters of this level. The 5 divine venerables were the top figures in the myriad of worlds. Each of them was extraordinary, and each of them had the power to crush Long Chen. Because of the urgency of the matter, Long Chen did not have the chance to get to know them or talk to them. The 5 divine venerables were waiting with their eyes closed. They now knew that Long Chen controlled the death rain and had the method to move out of it. They did take a few more glances at this legendary young man. If they show up, I'll lure the demon banquet into the death rain first. I'll trap the fiend sovereign's brother in there, and he won't be able to escape, said Long Chen. The divine venerable's goal was to kill the chaos fiend. Therefore, even if the 5 of them attacked together, they might not be able to kill the fiend sovereign. After all, their realms were roughly the same. They would definitely be defeated. Therefore, if Long Chen could succeed, there was no doubt that their chances of success would be very high. However, the sect master of the barbaric wilderness sect asked, "That one's overall strength is at least equal to the top 5 on the divine emperor list. Are you sure you can deal with him?" Long Chen said, "Even if I can't deal with him, he doesn't know about the death rain. I just need to trap him in there, and he won't be able to get out. When you're done with the ancient demon king, you can help me." The sect master nodded and said, "If you succeed, you will have made a great contribution, and you will even be the benefactor of all the barbarians on Pangu continent." Time passed slowly. Following that, the chaos demons appeared in 2 other places, neither of which were marked by Long Chen. Therefore they were helpless. A large number of barbarians were slaughtered there. The 5 divine venerables also refrained from chasing after the chaos demons because they had tried countless times to catch up with the chaos demons who had the passageway. Therefore, the atmosphere among the 5 ultimate gods was quite solemn. These 5 Tai deity realm experts stood in 5 different positions. Their auras were thick and heavy, and their divine power towered into the sky. They were all terrifying rulers. Among the myriad worlds, there were not many worlds that could withstand their destruction. Flying Star Tribe. The Wildlands hierarch suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Long Chen excitedly. This was one of the tribes that Long Chen had marked. For a moment, the 5 hierarchs widened their eyes and looked at Long Chen. The moment of the decisive battle had arrived. Chaos demons were cautious, so there was only one chance. "Don't worry, everyone. If I can lure the demon feast here, I will send you there immediately. Even if I can't, I will still send you there. It won't take long." Long Chen entered the death rain and headed towards the place he had marked in the Flying Star Tribe. It was in a forest, and not far ahead was the Flying Star Tribe. At this moment, hundreds of god emperors and ancient demons arrived and began to slaughter the barbarians. Sure enough, the 2 chaos demons were there. In front of him, it was another tragic scene. The barbarian race's losses were too severe. Such a bloody battle had shaken the very foundations of the myriad worlds. It should have ended long ago. Long Chen gripped the ghost blood curse tightly and charged out. Wherever the ghost blood curse went, the god emperors and ancient demons were engulfed by it and turned to ashes. "You are finally willing to appear." When Long Chen killed the god emperors and ancient demons, Yao Yan appeared in front of Long Chen with the chaos demon saber in his hand. He remembered that he was injured by Long Chen's death rain. It was just that every time Long Chen used the death rain to escape, he would not be able to restrain his anger. "Loser, what can you do to me?" Long Chen laughed coldly. The ghost blood curse did not stop. The sword of time erupted and thousands of sword chi swept out. Just Long Chen alone could deal with a large number of god emperors and ancient demons. His ghost blood curse was simply a killing weapon. In terms of killing speed, it was even slower than god emperors. "You say I am a loser?" Yao Yan laughed coldly. He chased after Long Chen with the Chaos Demon Saber. Long Chen killed 2 more ancient demons before escaping. He sneered, "If not for that, how would you dare to fight me alone? In my opinion, you are just a coward relying on your elder brother's strength." He glanced at the white-haired Devil Sovereign. The white-haired Devil Sovereign was in the sky, and his gaze was fixed on Long Chen. If Yao Yan hadn't insisted on defeating Long Chen, the white-haired Devil Sovereign would have already attacked. This entire tribe would not be able to hold on for long. Once the barbarians were all killed, the primal chaos demons would leave immediately. In his anger, Yao Yan's killing intent surged. But at this moment, what made him angry was that Long Chen did not even want to fight him head-on. Instead, he opened the Death Rain Dragon Gate and entered. "I don't believe that I can't kill your ancient demons. Loser, if you want to defeat me, catch up to me first. Do you really think that I will be afraid of you in this mere space?" Yao Yan did not hesitate this time. With a slash of his saber, he forced Long Chen into the Death Rain. He had prepared for this for a long time. This time, he could not allow Long Chen to close the Death Rain. Hence he rushed in. "Brother, wait for me. After I finish him off, I will come out immediately." In the blink of an eye, Yao Yan was lured into the Death Rain by Long Chen. He was a conceited person. Long Chen had grasped his weakness and dragged him into the Death Rain. The moment Yao Yan entered the Death Rain, he immediately closed the exit. Rumble. Within the Blood Sea, Yao Yan slashed down with his saber. "Where are you hiding? Trash." Long Chen could not be bothered with him. He opened the Death Rain Dragon Gate and returned to the Wildlands sect leader and the others. The Death Rain Dragon Gate opened and the 5 hierarchs did not hesitate. They rushed in directly. Yao Yan, who was clamoring, was stunned when he saw the 5 hierarchs above him. At this moment, Long Chen opened the passage to the other side. The 5 hierarchs glanced at Yao Yan and left immediately. They did not believe that Long Chen could finish him off. At least this place was under Long Chen's control. Anyway, as long as the Chaos Demon could not kill Long Chen, it would be fine. Their main target was the Ancient Demon King. Long Chen opened the Flying Star Tribe's gate in front of them. The Death Rain Dragon Gate opened again. Up in the sky, the Chaos Demon had almost finished off the barbarians here and slaughtered many of them. At this moment, he was preparing to upgrade the Demon Feast. However, he did not expect that at this moment, the Death World Dragon Gate would open and a suffocating aura would descend. 5 godly venerables suddenly appeared and surrounded him. White-haired Demon Venerable's expression changed. He knew that the place where the 5 hierarchs came out was where Long Chen had disappeared. At this moment, he finally understood Long Chen's plan. "So it was that young man who was helping you. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him quickly." It was too late to regret now. The Death Rain Dragon Gate closed and only Long Chen and Yao Yan were left in the boundless Blood Sea. Long Chen could not interfere with how the 5 hierarchs surrounded the Demon Venerable. He had completed his mission and played his role to the fullest. Whether the Demon Venerable could survive or not would depend on the 5 hierarchs' capabilities. Yao Yan understood. "So you had already prepared for this. You used this trick to surround my brother. How cunning." Long Chen laughed and said, "In order to exterminate the barbarians, you killed the weak and small creatures and fled everywhere. Speaking of cunning, you are the most cunning. It's a pity that you will be defeated today. Although it has only been a month, the damage you have done to the barbarians is too great." Today, it was no less than the damage caused by the Hierarch Ancient Demon to the barbarians. Even the Phoenix race was attacked by the Ancient Demon. Yao Yan hovered above the Blood Sea. Of course, he was worried about his brother. At this moment, he glanced at Long Chen coldly and suddenly laughed sinisterly. "After defeating you, I can go out and help. It won't be that easy for them to kill us Chaos Fiends. We Chaos Fiends won't die so easily. Moreover, you can only use your tricks once." He had already made his decision. He would kill Long Chen quickly. "It's a pity that I did not use my true strength in the past few encounters with you. Today, I will let you experience it." He was a primeval troll. At this moment, he held the Chaos Fiend saber with both hands. His demonic aura soared to the sky and suppressed the boundless Blood Sea, causing the gray mist to fill the endless sky. Duel. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He had never brought an enemy to the Blood Sea to fight. Back then, the Era Heavenly Demon was already this strong in the Death Rain. To him it was a huge advance. The simplest thing was that he could appear anywhere in the Blood Sea. If Long Chen wanted to, he could make the Chaos Fiend Demon unable to find him for millions of years. The Death Rain was huge. Long Chen held the Ghost Blood Curse with one hand and pointed the Eternal Grade Destinable Divine Weapon at Yao Yan. At this moment, the entire Death Rain was under his control. Countless Blood Sea formed a vortex and gathered around him. It was as though the entire Death Rain was a part of his body. If he wanted to control the Death Rain, it would be as easy as controlling his arm. As long as he was in the Death Rain, he would have endless power. Moreover, everything in the Death Rain had not been fully excavated. You can even use this world to assist you in your attacks. It seems like you are the one you can rely on. The Chaos Fiend Demon was disdainful. He couldn't care less and was in a hurry to go out and help. Therefore, the moment Long Chen mobilized the power of the Death Rain, he attacked. Sky Saber Sacred Snoth. Chapter 2992. The Chaos Demon Saber and the Ghost Blood Curse collided. However, Long Chen didn't have to be anxious. Therefore, when the Chaos Demon Blade attacked and the endless snowflakes descended, Long Chen disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was about to be drowned by the Sky Sword Sacred Snow. Yao Yan could not sense Long Chen's presence at all, and all his attacks missed. That was because, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen had moved to another location in the Death Rain. His speed was even faster than spatial teleportation. Only after Yao Yan's attack was over did Long Chen reappear in front of him. Yao Yan was unable to conceal the anger and sullenness in his heart. Based on Long Chen's performance, as long as he was still in the Death World, he would not be able to defeat Long Chen. No matter what kind of attack it was, Long Chen would be able to dodge it instantly. Then what was the point of fighting? If you want to be a coward, then there's no point. Yao Yan sneered. Who said so? In this Death World, even a casual attack would be much more tyrannical. Long Chen didn't just dodge his opponent's attack. When he reappeared, the Ghost Blood Curse in his hand had already activated its killer move. Karmic Stab. A sword pierced. He was right in front of Yao Yan. The blood-red sword light pierced through the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in front of Yao Yan. You have guts. Seeing that Long Chen finally had the guts to fight him, Yao Yan used all his strength and slashed down with his Chaos Demon Saber. Boundless Secular World. This time, in almost all the space around Long Chen, countless demonic banquets appeared. Countless Chaos Demonic Sabers, numbering in the billions, slashed down at the same time. Countless sword chi condensed into the boundless Secular World. The surging Secular World seemed beautiful, but it was actually a terrifying law. In the Secular World, blade light and sword shadows swept out, and demonic chi swept out. The boundless Secular World pierced towards Long Chen's Karma Stab. Compared to the boundless Secular World, the Karma Stab sword light was too insignificant. Die! Beneath the boundless Secular World, the entire Death World was shaking. The Demon Banquet already had the power to fight against Di Jun. However, this was Long Chen's Death Rain, Long Chen's territory. Swoosh! Under the annihilation of the boundless Secular World, Long Chen disappeared in an instant. However, he didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he appeared behind Yao Yan. At the moment when Yao Yan's violent blade slashed down, the sword chi of the Kama Thorn pierced through his body. Clang! Yao Yan was taken aback. He turned around and used the Chaos Demon Blade to deflect Long Chen's Ghost Blood Curse. Just a little bit more and Long Chen would have taken his life. One had to admit that Yao Yan's strength was great and he managed to stop Long Chen's killer move. But even so, Long Chen's Karma Thorn still pierced through his body, causing him damage. It wasn't that Yao Yan wasn't strong enough, but this was Long Chen's territory. Yao Yan's attacks were completely useless here. Yao Yan fled and stared at Long Chen. Gray mist swirled in his eyes as his killing intent soared to the heavens. You are a primeval troll. If you continue to fight with me like this, I think you will die very quickly. Long Chen said indifferently. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. A primeval troll was still the strongest in his primeval troll form. Yao Yan borrowed the power of the creation divine weapon to fight with Long Chen. But after being continuously suppressed by Long Chen, Yao Yan finally flew into a rage and transformed. In front of Long Chen, a giant beast that was completely gray in color appeared. It flew above the blood sea and had gray dragon scales. On its wolf-like head, there were a total of 6 gray eyes. This was the most suitable rule to be used on the sky-bearing coffin, and it was also the strongest rule that Yao Yan had control over. As long as one was imprisoned in the sky-bearing coffin, no matter what it was, it would be refined and converted into the chaotic energy that he needed. He would then devour it to make him stronger. When the rule was activated, the world within the sky-bearing coffin would undoubtedly undergo a huge change. Within it, Long Chen, who could not come out at all, could not resist at all. Just stay in there obediently and be refined into the most primitive mist by me. I want to have a taste of how delicious you taste. While laughing, the Chaos Demon continued to channel energy into the sky-bearing coffin. Even though the sky-bearing coffin was shaking violently, it was still a long way from breaking. Hurry up! Hurry up! I can't wait any longer. My brother can't hold on any longer either. From the start, Yao Yan had set his goal as an ultimate god. Who would have thought that a mere brat would always treat him as his opponent? Boom boom boom. Yao Yan could feel that within the sky-bearing coffin, Long Chen was attacking again and again. However, he could clearly feel that the attacks were getting weaker and weaker. It's working. He can't hold on any longer. The Chaos Demon grinned. He had the utmost confidence in his ability to return to the Chaos Rule. After a while, there was no more movement within the sky-bearing coffin. Yao Yan waited for a while. After checking, everything within the sky-bearing coffin seemed to have disappeared. He was overjoyed. Chapter 2993. After confirming that there were no more movements in the sky-bearing coffin, Yao Yan prepared to open it. After all, he wanted to absorb the power that returned to the primordial state after Long Chen's death. He had already confirmed with the heroic spirits in the sky-bearing coffin that Long Chen had already been reduced to ashes. What a joke! Although he is the controller of this place, this is no longer his territory in my sky-bearing coffin. Even if he controls this world, he will be cut off by me. The Chaos Demon Blade and the sky-bearing coffin were both his supreme treasures. Usually, he would use the sky-bearing coffin to catch his opponent off guard. This way, he would have a higher chance of success. As expected, it was effective against Long Chen. Before the sky-bearing coffin was used, he was still being suppressed by Long Chen. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, my brother will be in danger. Realizing this, Yao Yan was extremely anxious. The huge sky-bearing coffin floated above the blood sea. He spread his huge wings and flew above the coffin. Under his control, the sky-bearing coffin suddenly opened. In order to prevent the chaotic energy from seeping out, he dashed into the coffin without a word. Get stronger. I have to get stronger. Yao Yan laughed out loud. But after the sky-bearing coffin opened, he did not feel any power. Logically speaking, Long Chen should not be this weak after being disintegrated since he can fight me. In that instant, Yao Yan had just thought of this. But before that, he had already felt a fatal killing intent. Death World Massacre. In that instant, Long Chen appeared above the Chaos Demon's head. He should have been at another location in the Death Rain and teleported here. When he was at another location, he had already prepared for the Death Rain calamity. When the Chaos Demon was least prepared, Long Chen struck with his sword. At such a close distance, it naturally hit the demon's back. Within the Death World, using the Death World's killing tribulations laws could gather the entire Death World's power, forming this blood-red sword light. Within this sword light were countless blood-red divine dragons. The entire Death World's blood sea suddenly surged, condensing into Long Chen's world-shaking sword strike. The thick blood-red sword light pierced into his heart from the back, even though the Chaos Demons were blocking it. The great power of the Death World formed a fatal killing intent. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Pooh! Fresh blood splattered from the Chaos Demon's body. The death tribulations punched a huge hole in his back. In just a short moment, the World Tree's core was destroyed. Why aren't you dead? Quite a number of remnant souls managed to escape, circling around Long Chen and howling madly, unwilling to accept their fate. However, defeat and death in battle was already a fact. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Wherever the ghost blood curse went, the remnant souls were devoured. In just a short moment, the chaos demon was completely wiped out, leaving behind only his massive body. I can't accept this. Yao Yan was still screaming as he was engulfed by the ghost blood curse. Although the ghost blood curse didn't pierce the chaos demon, many of it spread and destroyed his corpse. Without further ado, Long Chen transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon and wrapped around the chaos demon, activating the blood devour. His chance to become an ultimate godly monarch had finally arrived. Rumble. He sank into the blood sea with the chaos demon. The creation heroic spirits of the sky-burying coffin and the chaos demon saber were fleeing. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't leave the death world, nor could they leave Long Chen's palm. Actually, it was very simple how Long Chen had managed to escape from the sky-burying coffin. Right from the start, he had realized how terrifying the sky-burying coffin was and how powerful the nomological law of returning to the primal chaos was. If he had chosen to persist, even if he didn't lose his life, he would have been severely injured. Actually, the sky-burying coffin was no longer the territory of the death world. Long Chen had tried opening the death world's dragon gate from the start, but he hadn't expected the death world to be so heaven-defying. Even if he was trapped in the sky-burying coffin, he could return to the death world. In theory, as long as he could open the death world's dragon gate, he could return to the death world. Therefore, he had easily escaped from the sky-burying coffin. Of course, in order to find a chance to kill the chaos demon, Long Chen pretended to be weaker and weaker, creating the illusion that he had been killed by the primal chaos. Then, he appeared behind the chaos demon at a suitable opportunity and successfully killed him. The main reason he could complete this step was because this was the death world. This was his territory. If he had fought one-on-one outside, he might not have been able to kill the chaos demon. At most, he could only return to the death world. Of course, because of the existence of the death world's core, there was basically no possibility of Yao Yan dying in battle. Now, the victor was revealed. Long Chen was anxiously trying to break through to a higher realm, to possess even greater strength. This was his desire. Now that his precious daughter was about to be born into this world, he had to ensure that she would be able to arrive safely and grow up safely. Yan-er. The future little ancestral dragon, Long Chen was looking forward to her growth. Therefore, he had to deal with Di Jun first. Only then could he have a peaceful life. Taking the risk to fight Yao Yan, who was comparable to the top 5 on the Divine Emperor board, was naturally to deal with Di Jun in the future. Undeniably, his combat strength was closer to Di Jun's, even if Di Jun had the blood essence of the dragon sacrifice. A period of time passed. In the Blood Sea, Long Chen had devoured all the chaos demons and turned them into his own strength. Previously, he had devoured many ancient demons. At this moment, he had finally reached his limit and reached a new realm. No matter in which aspect, he had achieved a surge in strength. I've finally reached the ultimate God-King realm. In terms of cultivation level, I'm about to catch up to Xiao Lang and the rest. Long Chen was very satisfied with his current strength. The only flaw is that the opponents I'm facing now basically all possess the eternal grade boundless divine technique. My primeval chaos scripture is no longer sufficient. I have to think of a way to obtain a new boundless divine technique. Every increase in cultivation level brought about the greatest effect. After all, every time he fought with an opponent, his weakest point was still in terms of strength. In terms of nomological laws, he basically had the upper hand, especially in terms of the death world's murderous calamity and resurrection. It's time to fuse with the last holy deity scepter. He was in no hurry to go out. Di Jun definitely had more than one eternal grade treasure. Moreover, Hierarch Tai Hao's gate of the universe was in his hands. He should have more. If he only relied on the ghost blood curse, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Di Jun. Therefore, the sacrificial spear had to truly become an eternal grade fortune divine weapon. This was the first time this lost fortune divine weapon was fused after countless years. Long Chen easily controlled the primeval chaos holy deity scepter. Then, he took out the sacrificial spear. In the middle of the blood sea, endless whirlpools formed with him as the center. He placed the sacrificial spear vertically above the blood sea. Under his control, the holy deity scepter opened the path of fusion. He stood guard around the sacrificial spear as he watched the snow-white holy deity scepter slowly fuse with the sacrificial spear. Gradually, an eighth core formed on the silver handle of the sacrificial spear. Rumble. A sharp silver light shot out from the tip of the spear, rushing into the blood-colored clouds and piercing through heaven and earth. The sacrificial spear let out a shrill cry, and the surrounding blood sea was suppressed. This is the power of justice and judgment. The special characteristics of the sacrificial spear were very similar to the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. It was an absolute positive force. As the heaven's sacrificial spear erupted with light, a gigantic unicorn appeared, circling around the heaven's sacrificial spear. That was the divine creation heroic spirit of the heaven's sacrificial spear. When all the holy deity scepters fused, the divine creation heroic spirit also fused. With a neigh, the blood sea churned. At this moment, the 8 cores burst out with a silver light. This is the light of punishment. It is the nomological power of the sacrificial spear. Just like the ghost blood curse, the light of punishment of the sacrificial spear is specially used against evil beings. Using the sacrificial spear against evil beings, it will cause at least 50% of the damage. The unicorn said proudly to Long Chen. Indeed, under the blinding light of punishment of the sacrificial spear, even the water of the blood sea didn't dare to rush. It was evident that the light was so strong that it could obscure Long Chen's vision. When Long Chen held the sacrificial spear in his hand, the surging power of justice was also mobilizing the blood of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. Of course, he still had the ghost blood curse in his right hand, which divided his body into 2 halves. It was as if justice and blood had occupied each other, but they were not perfectly fused into one. On the left was the dragon scale of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon, and on the right was the dragon scale of the ancient blood spirit dragon. The 2 eternal divine artifacts of fortune brought Long Chen more power. After experiencing the ordeal in the death world and coming to Pangu continent, Long Chen had gradually left Mo Xiaolang and the others behind. It was easy for Mo Xiaolang to catch up, but it was not so easy for others. When he was done, he put away the sacrificial spear and the ghost blood curse. It was time to check out the situation outside. The heavens burying coffin and the chaos demon saber were fleeing in the death world, but they could not get out no matter how hard they tried. I'll imprison them here first, and I'll control them in a few days. It's not a bad thing to have more eternal divine artifacts of fortune. The chaos demon saber's power is no less than the ghost blood curse and the sacrificial spear, but it's similar to the ghost blood curse. I can give it to Xiao Lang, and I can refine the heavens burying coffin first. Of course it would take some time. He could not complete it in a short time, so he opened the Death World Dragon Gate and was ready to go out to see how the Chaos Demon Fiend Supremacy was faring under the siege of 5 Divine Venerables. If they can't defeat this Fiend Supremacy, the chaos of the ancient demons will not end. Most importantly, I've killed Yao Yen, so this Fiend Supremacy will definitely hate me. Chapter 2994. When he emerged from the Flying Star Tribe, what Long Chen saw was a devastated Pangu continent. Everywhere he could see, life and everything else had disappeared. This place had become a land of death. All kinds of power of law were wreaking havoc here, and even Pangu spirit energy could not enter. Rumble! A loud rumble broke out in the endless starry sky above Pangu continent. When he looked up, the starry sky was extremely bright. It's not over yet. It seems they have forced that chaos demon to the starry sky. He did not expect the chaos fiendish demon Venerable to still be alive under the siege of 5 ultimate gods. He and Yao Yen had been fighting for a long time. It could only mean that this fiend sovereign was much stronger than Long Chen had imagined. If it were a one-on-one fight, none of the 5 divine venerables would be his match. Fortunately, I don't have to face this chaos demon. Given the scale of their battle, all the barbarians, and even all the living beings on Pangu continent must be watching. Of course, the battle was still raging. A large number of divine emperors were fighting with divine emperors and ancient demons near Long Chen. This was where the divine emperors and ancient demons had gathered. Even though they were in the starry sky, some distance away from Pangu continent, their battle still deeply affected Pangu continent. Long Chen could vaguely see them in the power of law. This chaos fiendish demon is at least 3 times the size of the Yao banquet. A giant gray beast, dripping with blood, was surrounded by 5 terrifying existences and fighting fiercely. He could no longer return to the passage he had built. Even from a distance, Long Chen could still see that among the 5 divine venerables, 2 of them were tiny, but there were 2 huge giants behind them. They should be the barbaric sect master and the primitive sect master, who had cast Panga's possession. There was also a huge flaming giant, who was fiercely attacking the chaos demon at the forefront. He should be Divine Sunday. There were also two other people who stood together at all times. They looked exactly the same, but they were black and white. They were extremely strange, appearing and disappearing in the starry sky like ghosts. They should be the Yin-Yang Heavenly Emperor. The last divine bird was as huge as a chaotic demon. She looked exactly the same as Xueqi after she transformed, except that she was much bigger. She covered the sky above the starry sky. That was the last ultimate god, the immortal phoenix. It seems like they are suppressing the chaos demon in an orderly manner. None of the 5 of them are injured, while the chaos demon is at the end of his rope. Killing him shouldn't be a problem. When Long Chen thought of this and saw that the ancient Fae was still wreaking havoc, he took out the sacrificial heaven spear. The ancient demons were created by the chaos demons. They have no intelligence and are not much different from the blood fiends. Seeing many barbarian deity emperors dying in battle, Long Chen decided to lend a helping hand. His heaven sacrificial spear had produced an unparalleled effect against ancient Fae. Although it wasn't the ghost blood curse, Long Chen only needed one move to annihilate an ancient Fae. With his help, the deity emperors and ancient demons were exterminated at a much faster rate. Soon, they scattered and fled. Among them, the strongest ancient demons were still resisting stubbornly, but they wouldn't last long. All of a sudden, a deafening roar was heard in the starry sky. It was a fatal suppression. He looked up and saw the 3 pairs of blood-red eyes of the Chaos Fiendish Demon Lord staring at him furiously. The Chaos Fiendish Demon Lord broke free from the encirclement of the 5 ultimate gods and rushed towards Long Chen while roaring, "You killed my younger brother." Rumble. With the Chaos Demon dead, the chaos of the ancient demons was finally over. In terms of contribution, of course, he was the first. Without his death reign, it would have been difficult for the ultimate gods to form such a situation of besieging the Chaos Demon. Of course, the appearance of the 3 Dao ancestors was also beyond Long Chen's expectation. From this, it could be seen that most of the 3 Dao ancestors were actually listening to the orders of the ancient god of the wilderness. Now that the ancient god was not here, it was naturally the sect master of the wilderness who spoke on his behalf. Even the fiend lords had appeared among the ancient demons. Of course, the 3 Dao ancestors would come when they received the invitation of the sect master of the wilderness. However, Long Chen's heart was still echoing with the last words of the chaos demon before he died. "Do you think it's over? One day, I will return from the demonic dragon tomb again." After saying that, he was completely annihilated in the bombardment of the 8 ultimate gods. The demonic dragon tomb must be the place where the Era demon once slept, the place where the giant fiend god beast sealed the primeval troll. Although there were many experts there, comparable to the myriad worlds, when he thought about it carefully, the sky-devouring clan would definitely not let them do as they pleased. Therefore, the myriad worlds should not worry about being attacked by the primeval troll for the time being. As for the Era demon and the chaos demon, it should be considered as individual actions. The sky-devouring clan did not even bother to look at them. Now that the disaster was over, the ultimate gods quickly cleaned up the surrounding ancient demons. The chaos demon was dead, and all the ancient demons, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, fled in panic. It was estimated that they would not appear again for a long time. Pangu continent was finally peaceful. Finally, it's peaceful. Long Chen stayed where he was. After the barbarian deity emperors celebrated the victory, they began to deal with the aftermath and appease the people. At this time, the 8 ultimate gods appeared in front of Long Chen. The Wildland sect master gave Long Chen a look, a rare smile on his face, and said, "It's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, the barbarians and Pangu continent would have suffered more losses, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, I'll bring you back to Pangu's heart later, and I'll fulfill all the promises I've made to you." Next to him, the 3 Dao ancestors gave Long Chen a few more glances. Then one of them said to the Wildland sect master, "Now that the ancient demon king has been killed, the 3 of us will take our leave." The Wildland sect leader thanked the 3 of them and sent them off. Long Chen chatted with the other 4 ultimate gods, mainly because they were curious about him. "So, you've defeated another chaos demon," said the Wildland sect master. The 2 bodies of the Yin-Yang celestial emperor had fused together. He was somewhat similar to the eternal god clan. When they fused together they had no gender, but when they were split into 2, they were male and female, with one consciousness and two bodies. The Yin-Yang clan he belonged to could produce offspring, and the offspring could also be split into two. You've really surprised us. No matter what, you're our friend from now on. If you have any trouble, just ask us for help, said Great Sun with a smile. It was also a kind of luck to be able to befriend these ultimate gods. At this time, Great Sun and the others were about to leave and return to their territories, especially the Wildlands sect master, who had suffered some serious losses this time. The immortal phoenix looked at Long Chen suspiciously and said, "Why do I feel the traces of my people on you?" Long Chen didn't expect that. Xueqi, who was in the divine kingdom, heard her and said immediately, "Don't tell her, I don't want to talk to someone I don't know." After all, this was Xueqi's wish, and he respected it. But before he could say anything, the immortal phoenix suddenly became a little excited and said, "It's the bloodline of the divine phoenix, and the level of the bloodline is actually the same as mine. There is no such bloodline in the Phoenix clan. It seems that she's not the Phoenix clan of Panga continent, but in the myriad of worlds, there is no Phoenix clan other than Panga continent." At this point, Long Chen couldn't hide it anymore. He grabbed Xueqi and said, "Her hometown is in the Builder Tree Sacred Tree in the Northern Starry Domain. It's an order-level world. Senior, have you been there?" At the sight of Xueqi, the immortal phoenix's eyes widened. What a clever and adorable girl. She shook her head in disbelief and said, "To be honest, I seem to have been to that world, but the Phoenix clan there isn't pure-blooded, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I just didn't expect that such a pure-blooded divine phoenix could be born there. With such limitless potential, she will definitely become a supreme god in the future, and may even surpass me. Any senior would be filled with joy upon seeing such a junior. No, I don't want to follow you. I want to play with my boss and the others. It's so interesting. It's so boring to play with old guys like you." Xueqi stared at the immortal phoenix with wide eyes, not afraid at all. His words made everyone laugh. Ha! I'll be very grateful. The Wildlands sect leader smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. You've helped us a lot this time, and I can't thank you enough. You can stay in the heart of Pangu for the time being. I'll arrange a cave abode for you, where you can cultivate in peace. I can assure you that as long as you are in the heart of Pangu, I won't let Dijun get close to you. He doesn't have the guts to break into the heart of Pangu." "Thank you, sect leader." Next, the Wildlands sect leader arranged a first-class cave abode for Long Chen. A cave abode of this level was desired by any god emperor. As long as he could absorb this energy, it was normal for him to make rapid progress. With the protection of the Wildlands sect, at least I'll be absolutely safe in the heart of Pangu for the time being. I can cultivate in peace here and wait for Yenner to be born. When everything is stable, I'll enter the realm of life and have enough confidence to face Dijun. It doesn't seem too late to kill him. That was his future plan. During this long period of time, he cultivated, grew, and accompanied his family at all times. His life had stabilized. In the starry sky, Panga continent was right under his feet. On that day, Dijun witnessed the Chaos Demon being crushed by the 8 divine venerables, and saw Long Chen appear on Panga continent. But he held back from attacking. Even that Chaos Demon was defeated by him. It seems his ability is close to the level of a divine venerable. Dijun looked down at the place where the clouds were the thickest. That was the heart of Pangu. Protected by the heart of Pangu, it seems I won't have a chance for a long time. If he appears openly next time, he must be confident that he can defeat me. At that time, he might have the strength of the first or second on the Divine Emperor list. He is not someone to be underestimated. With such great progress, anything is possible. Dijun calmly analyzed the situation. From these few exchanges, he was certain that once Long Chen came out again, his strength would definitely be heaven-defying. He might even be able to severely injure the current him. He would most likely lose the chance to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace and might even be killed by Long Chen. This is my last chance. I must make the best use of it. Even though he knew that Long Chen would be very powerful the next time he appeared, Dijun still grinned. He stretched out his palm and played with a few shadows. Although they were only shadows, they gave off a terrifying aura. The Eternal Opal. The Gate of the Universe. These are things I just got. The Eternal Opal isn't that useful. The Gate of the Universe can give him some trouble, but it can't be fatal. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. In his other hand, there was an illusory sword. It was terrifying and mysterious. Under normal circumstances, this sword can probably kill him. After all, this is a semi-primordial incipient grade divine weapon, one of the top divine weapons in the myriad world. But in the end, he picked up all the weapons, put his hands together, and revealed a crazed expression. At this time, he opened his hands and looked at them with incomparable enthusiasm. What could be seen was that in his hands, it gradually condensed and finally formed an illusory pagoda. One could vaguely see that there were transparent divine dragons swimming around the pagoda. It was a supreme among the creator divine weapons. As soon as it appeared, it directly suppressed the aura of all Di Jun's items. Looking at the pagoda, Di Jun's eyes turned red with passion. So, I still have to rely on it. This was the most important thing he had obtained in the dragon sacrificial continent. Everything he had today came from this thing. Because of the similarity between the Origin Dragon Palace and this pagoda, he wanted to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace so much. Chapter 2996. It seems to be something related to the Divine Dragon. But when I carefully sensed it, I found that there was nothing. It should be Di Jun. He is still on Pangu continent, inheriting the legacy of the dragon sacrifice. I wonder what he is doing this time. Now, the situation had evolved into a life-and-death battle between the two of them. In order to resist him, Long Chen was also making a final push, which was the realm of life. If he could get something similar to the death realm in the realm of life, his chances would be greatly increased. Now, he just had to wait for the dragon to come to this world. Long Chen was eager to see a miracle happen to his daughter. If it was really an ancient blood spirit dragon, it seemed he could work hard to have a few more children. Ancient god Wildlands hasn't woken up yet? In the Divine Kingdom, Lingxi was living a leisurely life. I'm afraid it will take some time. Long Chen accompanied her almost all the time. He even let Lingxi come to the cave abode of Panga's heart. After all, the Divine Kingdom was not as good as the core of this original incipient world. In this cave abode, even Yen, seems to be devouring the power of Panga's hearts. In this way, her growth speed seems to have accelerated again. Now that she moves a lot, she should know that you and I are here. Lingxi's smile was filled with happiness as she gently caressed her smooth abdomen. Long Chen was the same. He was a little nervous. He was completely quiet, waiting for time to pass. He accompanied Lingxi at all times, and his gaze never left her. He quietly accompanied her like this, and in reality, it was a rare moment of peace. Long Chen knew that this was his responsibility as a husband. Not only did he have to fight outside, he also had the responsibility to accompany the mother and daughter. You haven't talked to Sister Xuanji lately, said Lingxi suddenly. I just don't think it's appropriate for you to do that with a child. That means if I don't have one, you can do whatever you want. Lingxi's bright eyes flickered. Long Chen thought about it and said, she told me that it's good for her to follow us like this. At least she can be at ease and not worry about my safety. I can also be at ease and not worry about her safety. She's very satisfied. That's Sister Xuanji's personality. Lingxi nodded slowly. She nestled in Long Chen's arms and felt the movements of the child in her womb. She suddenly said, if we really give birth to an ancient blood spiritual dragon, you can give it a try. At least we'll have more experts in the war against the Sky Devouring clan in the future. However, I'm already very satisfied with having Yen. You can give it a try with Sister Xuanji. Otherwise, Yen-er's growth will be quite lonely. Long Chen was shocked. He had never thought of having a child with Li Xuanji. But he remembered that when they were in the dragon sacrificial continent, she had promised that if she became a god, she would travel the world. Long Chen had seen countless women, but the ones that truly moved him and made him desire them were only Lingxi and Li Xuanji. It wasn't a physical desire, but a desire to hold the other party in his arms. If he didn't have feelings for her and didn't have many memories of being together, no matter how beautiful a woman was, no matter how noble her status was, it would be difficult for her to arouse Long Chen's interest. As for what he could do with Li Xuanji, he naturally desired it. Lingxi pursed her lips and said, since you were young, there have been many girls who have fallen for you. But as time went on, their love for you gradually became a kind of respect, a kind of faith in God. It seems that only Sister Xuanji and I have been by your side until now, but she is unwilling to disturb us, and also unwilling to let me share you with her. I don't know what to say either. We are both women. I only hope that you do not let her down. Long Chen thought about it. During this period of time, he had indeed neglected her. It seemed that ever since he took her away from the god-fiend Buzhou Mountain, he had not interacted much with her. Li Xuanji had also been quietly cultivating and growing. He said, everything is still too unstable now. I do owe her a lot. When I settle down with Di Jun and settle down, I will talk to her more. Lingxi looked at him with a smile. She would only have such a peaceful smile when she was by Long Chen's side. You are all my most precious treasures. Grow up together. Long Chen leaned on Lingxi's lower abdomen, listening to the baby's voice. The miracle of life was unfolding in front of him. The only regret was that after a long time, there was no movement from the ancient god of the wilderness. Long Chen could only wait silently. It seemed that for a long time, he had not experienced the passage of time so calmly. He saw with his own eyes, as time passed, like a river slipping away little by little. Little Dragon Yen grew up slowly. Every time she grew up, even if it was just a little, Long Chen could see it. At this moment, life and time were intertwined. Watching the growth of this little life, Long Chen had a wonderful experience. He actually understood that everything in the world was made up of extremely complicated rules, such as cause and effect. The countless threads connected by cause and effect were also a part of the world. Time and life were also a part of the world. This child will definitely be very beautiful when she grows up. Lingxi followed him, growing from a slightly unruly and mischievous girl to a motherly mother. Her every look and every move made Long Chen immersed and amazed. Unknowingly, he watched the little dragon grow up and fell into the world of rules. Beautiful, immersed in the world of rules, Long Chen, who hadn't felt so peaceful in a long time, heard the two words Lingxi said. As he wandered in the world of rules, many wonderful ideas came to him. He suddenly thought of the Era Sky Fiend. In terms of the temporal laws, Epic Sky Fiend is a genius. Temporal prison. Bones of beauties. These were probably the two strongest rules of the Era Sky Fiend. Time passed in front of him, and the little dragon grew up bit by bit. In the death world, countless pillars of time descended. It seemed like everything was still, but in fact, it was only him that was still. In his arms, Divine Emperor Yu Hua dissipated bit by bit among the bones of the beauty. These images constantly bombarded Long Chen's quiet mind. When Lingxi looked up, she suddenly saw that Long Chen's eyes were blank and illusory. His eyes seemed to contain a boundless world, and there was only one thing in them, and that was the flow of time. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was still, sometimes it was explosive. She knew that Long Chen had reached a critical state, so she didn't disturb him and maintained her current state. She enjoyed the look in Long Chen's eyes as he looked at her, enjoying the tranquility and warmth at this moment. However, she also understood that peace was to prepare for a new battle. After Yan is born, I will also work hard to help Chen. Recently, she felt that even if she didn't cultivate, she seemed to have made a huge leap. Perhaps it was because of the 3 lives love thread. Anyway, she was growing very fast and knew almost all the 18 heavenly rules and spirit techniques. She was about to reach the perfect realm of Divine Emperor, or even the ultimate realm of Divine Emperor. She might even become an ultimate god in the future. Chen, we must defeat all enemies. Dijun, Primeval Troll, and the Sky-Swallowing Clan. Divine Demon Giant Beast. Chaotic Sky-Swallowing Dragon. Lingxi murmured in her heart. She also knew that there was a devouring dragon servant who killed Long Chen's father. As Lingxi waited quietly, the days passed one after another. One day, Long Chen's eyes suddenly regained their luster. The power of time gradually faded from his eyes, and it was as if nothing had happened. However, upon closer inspection, it was possible to see that there was something different about him. He was even more mysterious. Time would change and twist as it flowed through his body as if time had become his child. How is it? Lingxi dared to disturb him and asked. I've comprehended a new rule of time that's more powerful than the Sword of Time. It's a little similar to the Era Demon's white bones of beauty, but also like a time prison. It's more like a mixture of the two, a mixture of time acceleration and time stillness. Because of this disorder, it's formed a time lethality that surpasses the Sword of Time. Its effect should be no less than the death rain, or even stronger. White bones of beauty. Lingxi remembered that this rule was very powerful. I have to thank Yen. It's her growth that gave me such a deep understanding of time. It's been so long since we met, and so much has happened. She is the result of the 10 years of pursuit, the battle of the imperial domain, the eternal rebellion, the killing of the primeval troll, and the defeat of the gods. Everything has come together to make her who she is. Time, karma, fate. All of these things seem to be connected. In fact, even death and life were connected to all of these things. They had accompanied Long Chen the entire time, never once disappearing. All right, I won't lament anymore. There's still a long way to go. If we want to talk about the future, we have to get rid of Dijun first. We're all people who have inherited the destiny of the dragon sacrificial continent. Since we've been in a stalemate for so long, it's already time to decide who lives and who dies. He just didn't know whether the birth of Xiao Longyan or the battle with Dijun came first. What's the name of this rule of time? Lingxi asked. It's called the Heart of the Great Void. It wasn't just the rule of the Great Void Cosmic Dragon, but also Long Chen's. At this moment, the Wildlands sect leader suddenly appeared outside the cave abode. His arrival made Long Chen nervous. Long Chen, there's a result, the Wildlands sect leader said from outside. The Wildlands ancient god had probably woken up from his slumber. Since Long Chen had Lingxi returned to the god nation, she came out and stood in front of the Wildlands sect leader. Chapter 2997. Senior, has the ancient god of desolation woken up? Long Chen couldn't wait to ask. He couldn't wait any longer. The sect master nodded slightly. In fact, it was hard to tell the answer from his expression. After all, at the level of a supreme god, it was hard to show any expression. He was very direct and said, "Congratulations. I have told my teacher about your contribution during the chaos of the ancient demons and your request. My teacher has agreed to let you enter the realm of life. I can now lead the way for you. The gate to the realm of life has been opened for you." Although this result came slowly, as long as it was a definite answer, it would make Long Chen excited. Thank you, ancient god. Thank you, sect master. Long Chen would always remember the generosity of others, especially the hierarch of desolation and the ancient god of desolation. Both of them were the supreme existences of Pangu continent, and also the supreme existences of the entire Western Stellar region. They were the top supreme existences in the myriad of worlds. Their willingness to help him was worthy of his respect. After all, Long Chen wasn't qualified to ask the sect master for help. It's okay. You deserve it. If there is no problem, I will take you there now. Thank you. Long Chen knew about the existence of the realm of life from the death rain. Now that he had the death rain, it was easier to enter the realm of life. In the death rain, there were strong enemies like the epic divine demon. In the realm of life, there were no enemies, but there was the ancient god of desolation, the strongest person in the Western Star region. Even with the death rain and the dragon gate, Long Chen was still a little nervous when facing him. Following the sect master, Long Chen went deeper into Pangu's heart. Sure enough, the deeper they went, the denser the Pangu's spiritual energy was. When they reached the deepest part, even Long Chen couldn't bear it anymore. One should know that after comprehending the death rain, becoming a divine king, and finally obtaining the heart of Great Void, his current battle prowess should be in the top 3 of the divine emperor list. He might even surpass the second on the list. However, he didn't know if he could defeat Dijun. Nevertheless, it wouldn't be wrong to say that he was one of the 2 strongest divine emperors in the myriad of worlds. Even if he was facing the savage sect leader, Long Chen was still able to somewhat contend against him. At this moment, he was already one of the super powerhouses of the myriad worlds. He didn't feel much about it himself, but in fact, his fame had already shaken the myriad worlds. Even in a place like the fiend celestial Mount Buzhou, he had already turned the heavens upside down. We're here. A green vigorous swirl appeared in the deepest part of Pangu's heart. It looked similar to the swirl in Blood Spirit's abyss, but was completely different. This was a swirl that could create miracles. It seemed that a perfect world would be born in this swirl, and countless lives would be born. Pangu's heart was filled with a green vigorous swirl. This is the gate of life, and it is already open. As long as you have my master's permission, you can enter. You should have heard that the Great Desolate School also has a gate of life, but not now. Although there is a gate of life, without my master's permission, it cannot be opened. There is basically no difference between having it and not having it. So that's how it is. Long Chen actually had a premonition in his heart? The ancient god of desolation wouldn't stay in the realm of life for no reason. As expected, he could actually control the realm of life. He should be able to control the realm of life like how he controlled the death world. Moreover, in terms of degree of control, he surpassed the epic heavenly devil. The epic heavenly devil still had to rely on the death world blood bead to leave. He mused, the ancient god of desolation isn't the epic heavenly devil. If he controls it, it's basically impossible for me to obtain the realm of life. However, I still have to enter and take a look. The important thing is that no matter what, I can't offend this ancient god of desolation. Even if the realm of life is important to me, I have to wait until I can contend against him in the future. Please enter. The savage sect leader was extremely polite. The green swirl had already opened. Inside was a jade-green world filled with life energy. Standing outside, it was basically impossible to sense what was inside. Since that was the case, Long Chen didn't hold back. After thanking the savage sect leader, he descended into the swirl of the realm of life. The moment he entered the realm of life, the door to the realm of life closed, leaving only the savage sect leader outside. Master actually agreed after hearing his name. How strange. I was about to talk about the chaos demon. The savage sect leader mumbled. After a few words of doubt, he left. After the chaos of the ancient demons, there were many things that he had to deal with personally. Blue sky, white clouds, clear mountains, and green water. Long Chen stood above a dense forest. As far as the eye could see, the entire world was filled with jade-green trees and colorful flowers. It was a beautiful sight. However, it's completely different from the death world. It looks like an ordinary world. It doesn't even have the dense Pangu spiritual energy of Pangu continent. The level of spiritual energy here is only equivalent to a world of order. This made Long Chen wonder if he had come to the wrong place. He had randomly brought him to a world of order. The ancient god of desolation and the savage sect leader shouldn't have done such a thing. Manji had been to the realm of life before. According to his description, the realm of life should be like this. Long Chen sensed it carefully. He could roughly sense that even the tiniest speck of green and insignificant sand seemed to be hiding a majestic life force. This life force made the sand specks seem to be alive. They were communicating and whispering to each other. Boom! The entire world changed. The dust in the air, the dewdrops on the leaves, and the wildflowers by the roadside all seemed to be alive. It was just that Long Chen couldn't understand their level of life. A strange world. This was Long Chen's definition of this place. After I came in, the ancient god of desolation didn't show any interest. Why didn't he appear? Or is it that he's not interested in me? At least ask me why I came in. Some time had passed. Long Chen walked in this boundless realm of life, but he didn't see any information about the ancient god of desolation. It was as if other than him, there was no normal living person in this world. He calmly walked forward. He wanted to know if the realm of life was related to the Taiji life form's dragon. After all, if this world was controlled by the ancient god of desolation, he couldn't take anything away. He walked to many places. 1 day, 2 days, and the last 10 days. He didn't see the ancient god of desolation, but the biggest discovery was that no matter where he went, every flower, tree, sand, and water seemed to be alive. Even if a drop of water was divided into 2, it seemed to be alive. What are you talking to me about? Long Chen put a grain of sand in his hand. It was real sand. It couldn't move, but it hid a powerful life force. It seemed to have intelligence. He could even vaguely feel that it was trying to communicate with Long Chen. Crack! Long Chen used a little strength and crushed the sand. In an instant, a majestic life force rippled out, almost flipping him over. This made him extremely shocked. Such a grain of sand has such life force. Then how much power does this boundless and seemingly ordinary world have? He was almost certain that this miraculous world was related to the Taiji life form's dragon. His bloodline is always connected to this place. Let's walk over there. There seems to be something different. One day, Long Chen suddenly felt something. He quickly walked forward. He didn't expect Mo Xiaolong's feeling to be stronger than his. He was still quietly cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Big brother, something is attracting me. It's a strange flame. Long Chen rushed quickly. Since the ancient god of desolation hadn't appeared, he didn't need to be polite. Not long after, he saw a green mountain. It was like a sword piercing the clouds. Ancestral fire. All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang exclaimed. He didn't expect to see the ancestral fire here. When Mo Xiaolang shouted, Long Chen hadn't seen it yet. He thought it was at the top of the mountain. He didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to tell him that the mountain was the ancestral fire. It's this green mountain. Long Chen looked carefully and found that there were many trees on the mountain. It didn't look big from afar, but when he got closer, he found that the mountain was boundlessly huge. It was just that. There were no flames at all. Big brother, let me out. Long Chen looked around and found no danger. He let Mo Xiaolang out. When he opened his divine country, he found that it was distorted. It was exactly like the death realm. From this, it was clear that this was the Taiji Lifeforms Dragon's life realm. Then if this was the ancestral fire, it should be the Taiji Lifeforms Dragon's companion ancestral fire. The Hadal Demon Ancestral Fire was the 9th Ancestral Dragon's companion ancestral fire. The Firmament Emperor Ancestral Fire was the Chaos Destiny Dragon's companion ancestral fire. And this green mountain? It's the Chaos Green Fire. Mo Xiaolang said without hesitation, his eyes wide. There was a kind of mystical dragon called the Chaos Green Fire Dragon. They were born around the Chaos Green Fire and fed on it. But in truth, they could only devour a very small portion of the Chaos Green Fire. The might of the ancestral fire was earth-shaking, but very little of it had been passed down. Let's wait and see. After all, the Chaos Green Fire was in the realm of life, and now that it was occupied by the ancient god of desolation, it was his. Of course, he couldn't just let Mo Xiaolang devour it. Although Mo Xiaolang would definitely want it. I understand. Mo Xiaolang nodded. But we have to stimulate it and make it take shape first. He went to the foot of the mountain, and a flame appeared in each of his hands. They were the Hadal Demon Ancestral Fire and the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Fire. He threw them at the foot of the mountain. Under his nurturing, the 2 flame seeds were very strong now. Chapter 2998. The Chaotic Green Fire appeared. It used to be a towering green mountain, but under the stimulation of the 2 ancestral fires, what appeared in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang was a huge green fire. When the fire was born, the surrounding flowers, trees, mountains, and sand didn't burn. Instead, they burned even more vigorously. Long Chen was surprised. I didn't expect the chaotic green fire to be so similar to my fire of life. Or, it's the ancestral fire of the ancestral dragon. Of course, the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Fire and the Heavenly Emperor Ancestral Fire have little to do with their respective ancestral dragons. The chaotic green fire was neither hot nor cold. Although it was similar to the fire of life, it was also different. Obviously, the chaotic green fire had healing effects, but it was also an ancestral fire that could attack. At least, when Long Chen stood in front of the seed of the ancestral fire, he felt threatened. If he wasn't wrong, the other effect of the chaotic green fire should be purification. Perfect. Mo Xiaolang couldn't help but praise. He couldn't resist this kind of fire at all, so his eyes were burning with desire. If Long Chen didn't stop him, he would have already rushed towards the chaotic green fire. How is it? Long Chen asked. The chaotic green fire is much stronger than the Heavenly Emperor Ancestral Fire when I was on the divine planet of destiny. Even stronger than the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Fire and the Heavenly Emperor Ancestral Fire. But it's just a seed of the ancestral fire, and it needs me to nourish it so that it can return to its peak state. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to devour it. Obviously, if Mo Xiaolang could control the chaotic green fire, he would definitely become much stronger. Mo Xiaolang was not lacking in offensive power, but his resistance was not as good as Long Chen's, and he would die easily. However, if he had the Chaos Green Fire, he would be like Long Chen, a monster that could not be killed. The Sky-Swallowing clan had heaven-defying talents, but their lives were fragile. This was their fatal weakness. So many of them would die when they were growing. If Mo Xiaolang had this primal Chaos Green Flame, he could basically solve this fatal flaw. Big brother, what should I do? After all, Mo Xiaolang also knew that this was the territory of the Wildlands ancient god. They hadn't greeted the Wildlands ancient god yet, so it was definitely not appropriate for them to take away someone else's things. Long Chen looked around and said, "Take your time to devour. If the ancient god isn't willing, he will naturally appear and stop us." This was also a way for Long Chen to get the Wildlands ancient god to come out and meet them. After all, since they were already here, they had to inform the owner of this place. Long Chen guessed that if the Wildlands ancient god wasn't anxious, he probably wouldn't appear. However, Long Chen was sure that the ancient god was probably watching them in the dark. "I understand." Mo Xiaolang nodded. He had just retreated a little, and now he turned into a sun-devouring demon wolf and advanced step by step. In front of this natural flame killer, even the ancestral flame seed seemed to be trembling in fear of his existence. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame and the firmament emperor ancestral flame were completely under his control. They spread out and surrounded the primal chaos green flame. The 3 kinds of ancestral flames gathered here, and the resulting collision was simply shocking. Mo Xiaolang wasn't in a hurry to devour it, but he had already shown that he was going to devour it. This was a test. If the Wildlands ancient god cared, he would naturally appear. If he didn't, he could only devour the primal chaos green flame. "Senior ancient god, this flame is very important to us brothers, but it belongs to Senior, so we can't just take it away. If Senior wants it, please show yourself and let us know." Long Chen said a few words. However, after a quarter of an hour, there was still no response. "That's enough." Long Chen could roughly see that the Wildlands ancient god was more curious about them. He probably couldn't control the primal chaos green flame, so he wanted to see how Mo Xiaolang would devour it. All right. Mo Xiaolang had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With Long Chen's approval, he roared and charged into the primal chaos green flame. Using his sky-swallowing race's instincts, he devoured the primal chaos green flame. This process wasn't difficult. In the end, it depended on whether or not Mo Xiaolang could digest and suppress the primal chaos green flame. If he failed, he would naturally explode and die. Now within his body, the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame and the firmament emperor ancestral flame formed a firm fortress. A huge amount of the primal chaos green flame was devoured into his body. With the sky-swallowing race's digestion, this process was slightly slow, but Long Chen was full of confidence in Mo Xiaolang. After about a day, the green mountain had completely disappeared. Now, all of it had been devoured by the sun-devouring fiend wolf. The sun-devouring fiend wolf's body was now occupied by 3 kinds of flames. Among them, the 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame and the heavenly emperor ancestral flame, 2 opposing flames, took up more than half, while the primal chaos green flame itself took up nearly half. At this time, the black and white flames were working together to attack the primal chaos green flame. Hoo. As the core, the sun-devouring fiend wolf was already surrounded by the 3 colored flames. Long Chen had no choice but to retreat and let him digest the primal chaos green flame. "Thank you for your generosity, Senior." Ancient God Savage Wilderness hadn't said a word. He was probably willing to give the primal chaos green flame to Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen thanked him. Although this method was a little shameless, he felt that Ancient God Savage Wilderness wouldn't mind. Time passed bit by bit. Just like when he devoured the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame, it wasn't very smooth. He encountered some problems, but Mo Xiaolang solved them one by one. The Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame and the 9 Nether Demonic Ancestral Flame were working together rapidly to occupy more territory to curb the Primal Chaos Green Flame's arrogance. After about another day, one could see that the 3 flames had grasped a balance, each occupying 1/3 of the space. Success! The Primal Chaos Green Flame seemed to have submitted to Mo Xiaolang. Even the other 2 ancestral flames had submitted. If the Primal Chaos Green Flame had a mind of its own, it would have quickly sensed that Mo Xiaolang was different. Whoosh! Surrounded by the 3 ancestral fires, Mo Xiaolang grew rapidly. He even made a breakthrough in his realm and broke through to a new realm. That was the Realm of Perfection Realm Divine Emperor. Now, Mo Xiaolang should have no problem fighting against Ultimate Realm Divine Emperors alone. It was just unknown if he could make it to the Divine Emperor list. Long Chen fought alone in the Death World, increasing the distance between him and Mo Xiaolang. However, with Mo Xiaolang's talent in breaking through to the next realm, He believed that he would catch up soon. The sky-swallowing clan didn't lack speed. Big brother, it's done. Mo Xiaolong's eyes were filled with excitement. 3 colored flames, cold, hot, and purifying. Different flames had different effects, but they were all extremely powerful. In the future, I will collect more ancestral flame inheritance blood essence. Who knows? Maybe Xiao Lang will be able to collect more ancestral flames too. If he can collect 10, he will definitely be stronger. He has already grown to such a level, his future is limitless. From the beginning of the battle until now, no matter how fiercely Long Chen charged, Mo Xiaolang could always follow closely behind him. The green mountain behind him had already disappeared. Big brother, I'd better go back to the God Nation and adjust myself, said Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen let him adjust himself while he looked at the endless world, deep in thought. Since the savage wilderness ancient god hadn't appeared yet, he might as well explore this world boldly. Let's go. He stepped forward and continued forward. This was an extremely peaceful world. It seemed to be filled with life, but at the same time, it seemed to be lifeless. There seems to be something over there. After walking for another day, Long Chen looked to the far east. In the depths of the clouds, there seemed to be a huge thing similar to the green mountain he had seen earlier. Could it be another ancestral flame? That shouldn't be possible. Furthermore, what was being transmitted over wasn't the feeling of the ancestral flame. Regardless, Long Chen quickly approached it. When he got closer, he realized that it was a tree. Of course, it wasn't as big as the builder tree, but for this world, this tree that reached the clouds was considered big enough. A huge ancient tree stood proudly in this world of life. There was unimaginable life energy in this ancient tree. It was more majestic than anything else Long Chen had seen. This majesty had exceeded a limit. That limit was that when Long Chen approached it, he realized that the tree actually moved. This was actually a tree, different from the life tree of the human race on the model sacred tree. But this seemingly lifeless thing really moved. Its branches and leaves danced, sending a murderous intent. Roar! Suddenly, a large number of branches rushed out from the crown of the tree. Long Chen was shocked to find that these branches were actually in the shape of a divine dragon. The dragon's tail was inserted into the trunk, while its body and head were left outside. It was clearly a branch, but it completely looked like a divine dragon. This reminded Long Chen of the blood fiends in the death realm. Looks like the tree that grew the divine dragon is the blood fiends of the realm of life. They are also strange creatures. The blood fiends of the realm of death are formed from the sea of blood, but this tree is formed from the power of life. Just as this thought formed in Long Chen's mind, the ancient tree with the bodies of tens of thousands of divine dragons attacked Long Chen. As expected, the attacking power of this ancient god was relatively strong. It was even stronger than the death world's blood fiends. It's probably because there are too many blood fiends, so their power is scattered. I've only encountered such an ancient tree after being in the life realm for so long. This ancient tree is simply the amalgamation of a large number of blood fiends. No wonder it's so strong. It seems that I have to deal with it seriously. Swoosh. Chapter 2999. The Death World's blood fiends were condensed from the blood sea, so they were almost immortal. The majestic ancient tree before him was naturally the same. This ancient tree was at least equivalent to the aggregation of hundreds of blood fiends, which was basically equivalent to the aggregation of hundreds of deity emperors. If the army of the life and death worlds could leave, it would be a terrifying force for Long Chen. Boom! What appeared in front of Long Chen was a large number of divine dragons. Rumble! Countless divine dragons blotted out the sky and bombarded Long Chen. As the divine dragons moved, the entire realm of life trembled. Every divine dragon possessed the power of rules. It was a unique life rule. Under this rule, all divine dragons possessed boundless vitality and the ability to recover. At the same time, they also possessed the ability to plunder the lives of others, similar to the source of life. Thousands of laws enveloped him. Even if the other party had not completely approached, Long Chen could only rely on the fire of life to preserve his own life. He did not expect that such a simple ancient tree would be so difficult to deal with. It was even close to the Chaos Fiend Feast. If it was before Long Chen reached the ultimate godly king realm, he would definitely have a headache. But now he was completely confident. He was only slightly surprised. At this moment, he grasped the eternal grade creation divine weapon, the heaven-sacrificing spear, and immersed himself in the sea of time. At this moment, his eyes were illusory, and his temperament was transcendent, very similar to Long Qinglan. The power of time. The heaven-sacrificing spear's light of punishment erupted with blinding light. The surrounding territory of millions of meters was completely enveloped by the light of punishment. The intense light completely obscured all vision, and even burned all things. However, because the surrounding things were created by the power of life, and not evil, they were not directly attacked by the light of punishment. But Long Chen's focus was not on the light of punishment. He turned into a phantom of time and charged at the ancient tree. At this moment, the scene of him interacting with Lingxi surfaced in his mind. The many thoughts about time appeared at this moment, and they gathered on the heaven-sacrificing spear. The current Long Chen's entire body became illusory. When he collided with the countless divine dragons, the heaven-sacrificing spear lightly pierced out. This was the first time he had used the newly comprehended rules. Even Long Chen himself didn't know how powerful this time law would be. The heart of the Great Void. The heart of the Great Void could be used in any way. Both the ghost blood curse and the sacrificial spear could be used. It was just that the sacrificial spear was not as bloody. As he stabbed with his spear, an endless vortex of time erupted. The vortex of time instantly enveloped the ancient tree. Under this vortex, the ancient tree was completely still. All the branches maintained their current state until Long Chen rushed near the trunk of the ancient tree. The sacrificial spear pierced directly into the trunk. Ding! There was a crisp sound. When the sacrificial spear pierced the ancient tree, it only moved. However, just as it could move, it began to age from the spot where Long Chen's attack had struck. This was a rapid aging under the influence of time. It was a kind of collapse under the passage of time. In that instant, the ancient tree suffered from time acceleration that was billions of times faster. No matter how vigorous its vitality was, under the merciless passage of time, it still collapsed and disappeared. The ancient tree that had just regained its movement was turned into ashes by Long Chen's heart of the Great Void. This was the power of the heart of the Great Void. This was something that Long Chen had learned from the Era Demon. It was a chaotic fusion of time acceleration and time freezing. The power of the heart of the Great Void naturally surpassed that of the White Bones of Beauty and the Prison of Time. It was even faster than the combination of these two. Under the attack of the heart of the Great Void by Long Chen, there was no chance for the opponent to show mercy. By the time Long Chen put away the heaven-sacrificing spear, the huge ancient tree had already turned into countless jade-green motes of light that scattered down. They were like raindrops that swept through heaven and earth. After receiving these motes of light, the surrounding trees and sand became even more majestic. This creature with such a strong vitality is still like this under the heart of the Great Void. It seems that this move may be able to take away Di Jun's life. Other than Di Jun, Long Chen did not believe that any other god kings in the infinite worlds could withstand this move of his. It was simply impossible. After obtaining the heart of the Great Void, Long Chen actually had the ability to truly fight with Di Jun. It was just that before this, he wanted to figure out the death rain. It's done. He looked down at the vast land below and looked around. He was puzzled. Ancient God's savage wilderness let me in because he wants to see me. Is it really just to let me come to the realm of life to take a look? Even when I took away the chaos green fire and destroyed this ancient tree, there was no reaction at all. There was definitely something wrong with him. Ancient God's savage wilderness should have come out to take a look at him. Just as he was thinking about this, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in front of him. He was not even as tall as Long Chen. He was stooped and wore a tattered linen robe. His eyes were dull and his head was bald. There were only a few strands of white hair on his head. His wrinkles were deep and he even trembled. He was completely an old man with one foot in the grave. There was not the slightest trace of energy coming from him, and he was extremely withered. Presumably, with a light push from Long Chen, he would be reduced to ashes. For such an old man to appear here was naturally an eye-opener for him. After all, ancient God's savage wilderness was a barbarian. Every barbarian was tall and mighty. It was very common for their bodies to be 4 to 5 meters tall. He had guessed that ancient God's savage wilderness would be an indomitable person. He would never have thought that it would be this old man in front of him, who looked like he would be blown away by the wind at any time. Of course, no matter how surprised he was, he still said respectfully, "Junior Long Chen greets Senior Ancient God." No matter what, This person in front of him was one of the top experts in the myriad realms. He was the #1 person in the Western Star region. He was a supreme existence in the myriad realms. He was even more famous than northern sky god Luya. Of course, this old man did not have any savage wilderness aura. Facing such a terrifying expert, Long Chen naturally respected him. He was also a god who had existed before the epic. It was just that he had been changed by the giant demon god beast and lost his memories of that period of time. Long Chen really wanted to see what this ancient god's savage wilderness's attitude was. His eyes were cloudy and he looked like a man with one foot in the grave. He was sizing up Long Chen. Suddenly, he shook his head helplessly and said, "The things I can remember are very limited. I can only guess. Perhaps you are the successor of the first world, the world that was destroyed by the sky-devouring clan. That powerful creature is called the Divine Dragon." Boom. These words were like a bolt from the blue to Long Chen. In the myriad realms, the gods had changed the sky-devouring clan, causing them to lose their memories before the epic. Especially regarding the dragon's sacrificial continent, they had completely lost their memories. Even the records had disappeared. Instead, Primeval Troll knew about those things. Long Chen really did not expect that this ancient god's savage wilderness in front of him would say such a thing. He knew about the dragon's sacrificial continent and the divine dragon. Before Long Chen could speak in shock, he looked in the direction where the ancient tree had disappeared and said, "I've forgotten too many things. It was only when I came to this realm of life, saw the divine dragon on the tree, and fused with the core of the realm of life here that I remembered that before the epic, there used to be a creature called the divine dragon, who lived in a world that was countless times more terrifying than Panga continent. It was called the dragon sacrificial continent. But now, the divine dragon has wiped out the sky-devouring clan, and we are just tools for them to devour the myriad realms. This was the realm of life, the former territory of the Taiji spirit dragon, and also a secret place. Therefore, when the ancient god's savage wilderness said these things, Long Chen was not worried at all. Instead, he was excited. Perhaps this powerful ancient god's savage wilderness, who was almost as powerful as the real divine dragon, could become his helper. Because he was more or less awake. This was the thing that had excited Long Chen the most recently. "Senior, you're right. I'm from the dragon sacrificial continent." Even now, Long Chen still found it hard to believe. "I've already expected this. I've actually asked around about you and heard others describe your form after your transformation. Therefore, I also expected you to come to the realm of life. It's just that when you came in, I discovered something strange. As the last inheritor of the dragon sacrificial continent, you're actually together with your enemy, the sky-swallowing clan. This really surprised me." He was talking about Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen hurriedly said, "Senior, every race has different existences. Even in the sky-swallowing clan, there are people who can destroy worlds, but there are also people who are kind. That brother of mine grew up with me, and we helped each other to get to where we are today. It's not easy. He's not my enemy, but my best helper." Ancient God's savage wilderness was someone who had seen the world, so he didn't really care about this matter. He said, "It's not easy for you to have such a generous heart and to be able to distinguish right from wrong. However, the sky-swallowing clan is ever-changing, and they are people who can devour worlds. This is their instinct. All living beings have instincts, such as eating and breeding. Sometimes, emotions can't win over instincts." Ancient God's savage wilderness's words were vague, but Long Chen understood that he was reminding him that Mo Xiaolang was originally from the sky-swallowing clan, and his instinct was to devour. It was hard to guarantee that after he obtained terrifying power, he wouldn't walk the same path as the demonic gods and beasts. Of course, he was just reminding him. Long Chen didn't want to talk about this problem because he had great confidence in Mo Xiaolang. He firmly believed that all living beings were different from inanimate objects, and their biggest characteristic was emotions. Because of emotions, he had brothers, loved ones, parents, children, and countless others. These were all emotions, love, and it surpassed instincts. He and Ancient God's savage wilderness stared at each other. Ancient God's savage wilderness actually didn't have many memories. Chapter 3000. To be able to meet such a powerhouse who knew about the dragon sacrificial continent and the myriad worlds was truly too rare. Long Chen looked at him with hope. Ancient God's savage wilderness had a huge influence in the entire myriad realms. He had at least 8 ultimate gods under his command. In fact, there were more than a dozen ultimate gods in the entire Western Starfield who were under his command. Gaining his help was equivalent to gaining a quarter of the power of the myriad realms. This was an incomparably great power. If ancient god Savage Wilderness could cooperate with him, even Jun would be a small matter. Ancient god Savage Wilderness wouldn't even need Long Chen to do it himself. He could easily take care of Jun. Such an existence must have an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Long Chen's eyes were filled with urgency. Unexpectedly, ancient god Savage Wilderness shook his head calmly. There was a hint of sadness and even mockery in his eyes as he said, "You are very young and naive. This is indeed within reason. However, I am different from you. I know that there are some things that cannot be accomplished by all the gods and devils in the myriad worlds. Therefore I will not blindly participate." Hearing this, Long Chen was stunned. "Senior, you mean, to let the sky-swallowing clan devour us, let the myriad worlds be destroyed, and let everything be buried in their stomachs?" He said it hurriedly and sorrowfully. Ancient god Savage Wilderness's face was indifferent. He extended a skinny finger and pointed at a lake that was around 100 meters in diameter. "Do you see this lake?" Long Chen nodded. Ancient god Savage Wilderness said, "Maybe in your eyes, I'm very powerful and control a quarter of the myriad worlds. But in fact, we're just mayflies. I'm just a little bigger than you, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm a mayfly. As for the sky-swallowing clan, they're this lake. Tell me, no matter how much we struggle, can we overturn this lake? Even if we give up our lives to struggle, we can only create insignificant ripples on the lake's surface. Don't deny that this is the current situation of the myriad worlds." No matter how hard it was for Long Chen to accept it, he was still rational. He could understand that ancient god Savage Desolation was right. The sky-swallowing race was at its peak. They were like a lake, while he and ancient god Savage Desolation were just mayflies. From the very beginning, he was like a mayfly struggling, but no matter how much he struggled, he could not overturn this lake. At that moment, Long Chen felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He finally understood why there was such despair and pain in the ancient god's eyes. His eyes were lifeless as he hid in the realm of life. He had no interest in going out even when the ancient demons were rampaging, for he had long known that one day, the entire Panga continent would be destroyed. Panga continent was one of the original grade worlds before the epoch. Ancient god Savage Desolation said with nostalgia. Perhaps he was lonely. As one of the supreme experts, he should have been high and mighty. But unknowingly, he recalled the events of the past epoch and found out about the current situation of the myriad worlds. He didn't tell anyone about this news and hid in the world of life alone. It seemed like he was cultivating, but in reality, he had long lost his direction. "Senior, I don't believe that you don't want to fight. You are just desperate." Long Chen could understand him, so he wouldn't force him. When he fully understood ancient god Savage Desolation's thoughts, he sympathized with him. To him, he was already the supreme expert of heaven and earth. But he also understood that heaven existed, and it was the heaven-devouring clan, the lake in the eyes of the mayfly. "Yes, I am desperate. In a world that is destined to be destroyed, all my lofty sentiments are nothing but meaningless struggles in the eyes of heaven and earth," ancient god Savage Desolation said indifferently. Therefore, he didn't care about the chaotic green flame or anything else. He stayed in the realm of life, silently experiencing the passage of time and the destruction of the world. Long Chen smiled inexplicably. He knew that no matter what he said, ancient god Savage Desolation would not change his mind. After all, this was the current situation. Long Chen still had a long way to go in the future, and actions were always more effective than words. He silently went to the lake. "Senior." Long Chen landed in the lake, his body completely submerged in it. Ancient god Savage Desolation looked at him with his cloudy eyes. "You are right. You and I are both mayflies now." Long Chen took a deep breath. After saying this, he transformed into a divine dragon. When the primordial blood spirit dragon appeared in the middle of the lake was too small for him. In an instant, all the water in the lake was blasted into the sky, completely overturned and shattered, turning into life force that dissipated. In ancient god Savage Desolation's eyes, the lake had already disappeared. He squinted his eyes. This was the first time he saw a real divine dragon. Long Chen said in his dragon form, "Overturning isn't without fear. It just depends on whether you're a mayfly or a divine dragon. Perhaps I'm a mayfly now, insignificant to the heaven-devouring clan, but it doesn't mean that I can't become a divine dragon. I'm just a mayfly now, so I won't say too much. Right now, I still can't convince you. I can only say that in the future, if I really become a dragon, I hope you won't be as pessimistic as you are today. Ancient God Savage Desolation closed his eyes and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. Because of this laughter, his face even glowed. It's a miracle. Very well, I'll wait for you to become a dragon and overturn all the worlds. If that day comes, I'll pay with my life to pave the way for you. Ancient God Savage Desolation said firmly. However, before you become a dragon, for the sake of Pango Continent, I won't help you at all, let alone get close to you. I belong to Pango Continent first, and then to all the worlds. I want Pango Continent to exist longer, and I want more people to reach the end of their lives. This is my selfishness, but it's also my mission. So, I still won't help you. I won't even help you against D. June. If you have such a great ambition, you should step over this insignificant hurdle yourself. D. June was indeed an insignificant hurdle to the heaven-devouring clan. He was just another mayfly. To tell you the truth, I knew he came from Dragon's sacrificial continent. I thought he would be its successor, but I didn't expect it to be you. Between you and him, it's a battle of destiny, a battle of destiny. Life and death are all up to you. Long Chen had never thought of letting Ancient God Savage Desolation kill D. June for him. He smiled and said, "Rest assured, Senior. This is my private matter, and I'll handle it myself." He understood Ancient God Savage Desolation. What he was about to do now was too dangerous. Once exposed, he would be implicated if he got too close to him. If that happened, before all the worlds were destroyed, Pango Continent would be destroyed first. Ancient God Savage Desolation would not take such a risk. Even if he was now one of the strongest experts in all the worlds. This short exchange had changed Long Chen's state of mind. He wasn't frightened, but his fighting spirit surged. This was the mission Long Qinglong had given him. The mission given to him by countless descendants of the dragon, and the mission given to him by the myriad worlds. Young man, everything is up to you. Fight for it. You have nothing to worry about. Just don't die an ugly death. Ancient God Savage Desolation sighed. If he didn't have Pango Continent, he could also do whatever he wanted like Long Chen. But he didn't know that Long Chen had more things to worry about than him. It was just that Long Chen didn't want to tell him. It seemed that it was time to leave the realm of life. If he talked too much with Ancient God Savage Desolation, he was worried that he would be swayed. However, at this moment, Ancient God Savage Desolation suddenly said, "How should I put it? As a senior, I have to give you a gift. Actually, I know what you are looking for in the realm of life." He looked around and said, "This place used to be the world of a supreme being of the dragon sacrificial continent. It was the world of a divine dragon. I've forgotten what kind of divine dragon he was, but you definitely know that he was one of the rulers of the past. This world he left behind, and as his successor, you definitely have to obtain this world of life, just like the world of death." Long Chen nodded. "However, the core of the realm of life is in my hands." A green light flashed from the center of Ancient God Savage Desolation's brows. He murmured, "When I first came to the realm of life and found this core, I didn't expect it to make me remember so many things. I thought I could use this realm of life to become the #1 overlord of myriad worlds, but I didn't expect to find out the truth." This was a huge blow to him. He thought he could become the #1 in myriad worlds, but he didn't expect that the #1 he wanted was just a puppet. At that moment, he lost all fighting spirit and began to walk like a walking corpse. He smiled helplessly and said, "Later on, I studied this core and found that I can only control the gate of the death realm at most and wander around in this place. I believe that without the bloodline of the divine dragon race, it is impossible to truly control the realm of life. I've seen how you use the death realm during this period of time, and I'm very moved by your fighting spirit. The only thing I can do is to give you the core of the realm of life, the realm of life." Long Chen had already guessed it. He certainly didn't expect that the realm of life, which he wanted the most, would be in his hands so easily. Now that he thought about it, it was like a dream. But compared to the desolation and regret in Ancient God Savage Wilderness's heart, the core of the realm of life didn't seem like much. If he hadn't lost his fighting spirit, he definitely wouldn't have been willing to give it away. It was the entire wondrous realm of life. From now on, your realm of life is your territory. I've been here for a long time, and it's time for me to leave, Ancient God Savage Wilderness indifferently said. Many thanks, Senior. I will definitely make use of this realm of life and bring it to greater heights. Long Chen sincerely thanked him. Up to you. In any case, it was originally yours. Ancient God Savage Wilderness took out the core of the realm of life from his forehead. Similar to the core of the death realm, it was also in the shape of an eye, a dark green eye. The dark green eye gradually arrived in front of Long Chen and landed in Long Chen's hand. Goodbye. If there's anything else, you can talk to me. Ancient God Savage Wilderness didn't linger. He headed toward the gate of the realm of life and quickly vanished from Long Chen's vision. Chapter 3001. When Ancient God Savage Wilderness left, Long Chen became the only living being in the realm of life. As long as he fused with the realm of life's core, he would be able to control the realm of life like he controlled the realm of death. The realms of life and death were actually full of mysteries. What Long Chen could control now was only a small part of it. After Ancient God Savage Wilderness left, Long Chen looked around at the lush green world. This place is much more comfortable than the realm of death. The realm of life and death was even safer than his divine kingdom. If Long Chen died in battle, his divine kingdom would be exposed, and everything inside would be controlled by his enemies. However, the realm of life and death was not opened. Without the permission of its master, even supreme deities could not enter. Since Long Chen had become the master of the realm of life and death, as long as he did not want the realm of life and death to open, it would not open. Therefore, the people in Divine Kingdom were safer in the realm of life and death than in Divine Kingdom. Of course, the environment of the realm of death was harsh and not suitable for living. However, the realm of life was different. Long Chen had plans to move some people to the realm of life. However, the premise is to fuse with the realm of life's core. With the experience of fusing with the realm of death's core, Long Chen's only worry was that the realm of life's core would clash with the realm of death's core. He needed to try. After a long time, he settled everyone and sat cross-legged in the realm of life. Surrounding him was a lush forest. Long Chen held the realm of life's core in his hand and slowly approached his forehead. He was sure that this was the place. The realm of death's core was also in this position. When the aquamarine eye approached, the blood-red eye on Long Chen's forehead opened involuntarily. There was no hostility, only warmth. In fact, Long Chen did not even need to control it himself. The core of the life realm and the core of the death realm fused together. In the end, they formed a pupil with two colors, blood red and aquamarine. The blood occupied one side, and the emerald occupied the other. The two did not interfere with each other at all, as if they were perfectly fused together. Long Chen also quickly learned a lot of information about the realm of life. It was just like the dead world. He could control more and more places. After careful pondering and exploration, after about 10 days, due to the advantage of his bloodline, Long Chen could already enter and exit the realm of life at will. He found quite a few exits from the realm of life, but the others were all in a completely sealed state. He could also leave the realm of life, open the gate to the realm of life from the outside, and come in at any time. If the function of the death world was to allow Long Chen to possess a stronger combat strength, then the function of the life world should be a kind of life force. Within the life world, he could control the life force of the entire world. Even if there were no rules that could bring the dead back to life, within the life world, his recovery ability was still terrifying. Not only him, he could also allow this boundless life force to descend upon the head of anyone. Compared to the fire of life, it was even more effective than Mo Xiaolong's primal chaos green flame at the current stage. Even if it was a law of resurrection, because he possessed the realm of life, he would definitely recover faster after using it once. Once he had complete control over the realms of life and death, Long Chen first moved some people out of the Divine Kingdom. The realm of life does not have the vast power of Pangu continent. The Divine Kingdom can connect with Pangu continent, but not the realm of life. Therefore, those who came to the realm of life were those who did not need Pangu spirit energy. For Lingxi, for her, the vast life force here was a better environment for her to recuperate, and it was the same for Mo Xiaolang. As for Kitten, he did not need to cultivate at all. All he needed to do was to find his true form. The others could also move between the Divine Kingdom and the realm of life at any time. Most of the dragon warriors still needed the vast energy,
so it was not suitable for them to come to the realm of life, which was just safer for them.
When everything was settled, Long Chen had to stop and think about what he needed to do next. Big brother, if you are asked to fight Di Jun now, do you think you can win? Mo Xiaolang was making rapid progress under the nourishment of the chaotic green flame. Long Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, I still feel a little lacking. I'd better stay here for a while and see if there are any new developments.
After all, we have the realm of life and death and we have the upper hand.
The main thing is that if I don't want to go out, Di Jun can't do anything to me. I can even leave Pangu continent directly and let him continue to chase me. But I can't help but want to kill him. Then rest for a while. He is the one who is anxious when he can't find you anyway, said Lingxi. When he saw her, Long Chen smiled happily and said, You're right. At least, I'll wait until Yen is born before I go out. Of course, I'll definitely go out, but this time, I must have the determination to kill him, once and for all. Going out from this place meant the final battle of destiny. What followed was a period of peace. Kitten, Zhu Shi, Yang Lingqing, and the others were playing in the realm of life, while Li Xuanji had been making progress in the divine kingdom. Even without the dragon's soul, her progress was still very fast. The realm of life. After Lingxi fell asleep peacefully, Long Chen stood at the highest point of the realm of life, looking down at the vast world of life. Even a speck of dust here was full of life force, as if it was missing a soul, and that was the life. Long Chen closed his eyes and felt the flow of the endless life force through the core of the realm of life. In fact, the realm of life is also an ocean of life force. It's just that it has materialized into mountains, rivers, trees, and all living things, but its essence is pure life force. Through the core of the realm of life, in Long Chen's eyes, the whole world had turned into an endless ocean, and the life force was flowing in it. That was to say, the ocean was flowing in the whole world. In fact, Long Chen could control every ocean current. He needed to think about the rules. He suddenly had an idea and said, I can control the power and killing intent of the realm of death to form the realm of death and kill my enemies with the power of the realm of death.
Then, since the realm of life is also an ocean, and I can control the power of the realm of life, why can't I use the power of the realm of life to form a new rule of life?
The most important thing about the rules was the idea. Especially for Long Chen, there were all kinds of rules in his bloodline.
After having an idea, he closed his eyes and controlled the life force of the whole realm of life, letting them move, and then trying all kinds of possibilities.
The killing power of the rule of life might be to take away life, the source of life. This rule was very powerful. In fact, life is more like a kind of bestowment, a kind of salvation. In terms of killing power, it's definitely not as powerful as the ancient blood spiritual dragon, but the Tai Chi spiritual dragon definitely has its own attacking role. He was thinking about how to use this boundless life force to attack. Life force could make him stronger, and it could also make his enemies stronger, so it was not the best attack. But it had to be used.
Perhaps, just like the source of life, I can use the life force of the whole realm of life to form a vortex and absorb the enemy's life force.
That's not a bad idea. Finally, after a long time, Long Chen had a rough idea of what to do. He began to try. With the experience of the Death Realm's killing tribulation, it's actually just a flexible application. The difference is that the Death Realm's killing tribulation is a chaotic output, while the Life Realm's killing tribulation he wants to condense is a kind of violent devouring and deprivation. The life force of the Life Realm will eventually be used up, and the fundamental way to replenish it should be deprivation. Deprivation, taking away life force. The Tai Chi spiritual dragon can create life, give life force, and also take away life force. This kind of taking away is its attack. The jade green eye between his eyebrows lit up. Long Chen closed his eyes, leaving only his jade green eyes. The Heaven's Sacrifice Spear appeared in his hand. He unconsciously brandished the Heaven's Sacrifice Spear. The people in the realm of life all raised their heads to look at him. Suddenly, Long Chen reached out his hand and pressed down. Instantly, the entire realm of life changed violently. Rumble. Everything in the realm of life suddenly collapsed and disappeared. A perfectly intact world instantly turned into a jade-green ocean. Only the place where Ling Shi and the others were standing on was still a complete piece of land. From a boundless continent to a boundless green ocean, the scene was too exaggerated and miraculous. Even Mo Xiaolang and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. The realm of life's slaughter. Long Chen uttered these 4 words in a very relaxed manner. Whoosh! The entire ocean of life suddenly rotated violently, forming a huge vortex that covered the entire world, and Long Chen was at the center of it. The vortex was too huge. Although Mo Xiaolang and the others were in a quiet area, just looking at it gave them a soul-stirring feeling. The realm of death slaughter was pure, and the realm of life slaughter was strange and terrifying. In Long Chen's hand, the heaven sacrificial spear had completely turned dark green. Even the light of punishment was dyed a deep green. This massive life vortex had already connected with the heaven's sacrificial spear. At this moment, Long Chen stabbed out with his heaven's sacrificial spear. Buzz! The space in front of him deeply caved in. Of course, there was no enemy in front of Long Chen, as if nothing had happened. But in fact, if there was an enemy, they should have died immediately. It could be imagined that the realm of life slaughter was as destructive as being hit by the ghost blood curse. The difference was that the ghost blood curse destroyed lives, while the realm of life slaughter deprived lives and swallowed them into the realm of life, becoming a part of its power. Boom! While everyone's scalp was numb, Long Chen withdrew the sacrificial spear and casually flipped his hand. Suddenly, the entire ocean of life stopped, and the vortex disappeared. In just a short moment, the ocean of life became solid again, and became a quiet and vibrant world. Ancient trees, flowers, and everything grew. It was as if nothing had happened just now. At this moment, Long Chen quietly landed and came to everyone's side. Although the rules had passed, everyone could still feel how terrifying he was. Chapter 3002. The Killing Tribulation of the World of Life, the Killing Tribulation of the World of Death, and the Heart of the Great Void. The Ghost Blood Curse and the Heaven Sacrificing Spear. Be it in terms of nomological laws or creation divine artifacts, Long Chen was top-notch. It was already heaven-defying for an ordinary god-emperor to have an eternal-grade creation divine artifact, but Long Chen had too. However, he was not very satisfied. In the Death Reign, there were still 2 treasures. Perhaps in the end, they would become an important thing for him to rely on in the final battle with Di Jun. The Chaos Devil Blade was meant for Mo Xiaolang. In this period of time, Mo Xiaolang had already familiarized himself with it. With the nature of the sky-swallowing race, it was not particularly difficult to control the Chaos Devil Blade. This was because the primeval troll was created by the sky-swallowing race. The Chaos Devil Blade's original owner was actually the sky-swallowing race. Once Mo Xiaolang mastered the Chaos Fiend Blade, his combat prowess would increase rapidly, and he would be comparable to many figures on the Divine Emperor list. Below the eternal grade destinable divine artifact, Taoist Duobao and the others would not be his match. Long Chen had come to the Death Realm from the Realm of Life to retrieve the Sky-Burying Coffin. During this period of time, the Sky-Burying Coffin and the Chaos Demon Saber had been trying to leave the Death World, but unfortunately, they failed. Later, the Chaos Demon Saber almost surrendered under Mo Xiaolang's attacks, leaving only the Sky-Burying Coffin to sink into the depths of the Blood Sea. But it knew that it was useless even if it sank. The Death Reign was a world controlled by Long Chen. On this day, Long Chen appeared above the Sky-Burying Coffin after digesting the rules of the world of life's killing tribulation. The creation heroic spirit of the Sky-Burying Coffin was a mass of chaos. It had no form and was hidden within the Sky-Burying Coffin. Submit, or be destroyed. Long Chen asked. You still can't destroy me. The Sky-Burying Coffin said coldly. However, his voice wasn't confident. He knew that the 2 chaos fiendish demons had died in battle and Long Chen had advanced another realm. Then I'll give it a try. Long Chen sneered. These heroic spirits were all stubborn. If he didn't show them some face, they wouldn't submit. He held the heaven offering spear in his hand and rushed down. The tip of the spear glowed with a dark green light. A fortune divine artifact also had its own vitality. If their life force was taken away, they would also wither away. After all, to a certain degree they were also a kind of life. Moreover, their life force was very limited. Once their life force was taken away, the fortune divine artifact's power wouldn't be greatly affected, but the good fortune heroic spirits would be finished. Ding! The Sky-Burying Coffin shook. I admit defeat. Long Chen's powerful attack made this process extremely easy. The Heaven-Burying Coffin, which had once posed a huge threat to Long Chen, had become Long Chen's 3rd eternal grade fortune divine artifact. The Ghost Blood Curse and the Heaven Sacrificial Spear could be used with both hands. Just like the demon-suppressing pagoda, the sky-burying coffin could be used at the most crucial moment. Long Chen kept the creation divine weapon that was carved with skeletons. Now that the sea of blood was roiling, Mo Xiaolang was fighting against the chaos demon saber on the other side. The heaven-burying coffin submission had perhaps dealt a huge blow to the chaos demon saber. In addition to Mo Xiaolang's identity as a member of the Sky Devouring clan, not long after Long Chen kept the sky-burying coffin, Mo Xiaolang actually controlled the chaos demon saber. He stepped over the waves of blood and arrived in front of Long Chen. The chaos demon saber's demonic aura soared into the sky, and it was very suitable for him. "Big brother, take this." Mo Xiaolang smiled excitedly. He held the chaos demon saber in his hand, and instantly, a three-colored flame was born. Under the control of his ancestral fire, the chaos demon saber erupted with even greater power. The chaos demonic aura and ancestral fire combined, and 4 terrifying powers were activated. All right. Long Chen held the ghost blood curse with one hand, and the swastika symbol spread out. He swept his sword horizontally, and once again clashed with the chaos demon saber. This time, the two collided, and huge waves rose up in the sky. In the end, it was still Long Chen who won. Mo Xiaolang was sent flying, and even the swastika ghost blood curse climbed onto Mo Xiaolang's body. Of course, it was not a hindrance. However, his 3 ancestral fires were rather difficult to deal with, and they also burned towards Long Chen. It had to be said that the ancestral fires were terrifying. If not for the death world, it would not be easy for Long Chen to extinguish them. Although Xiaolang is as weak as me in terms of power, and we both have weaknesses, the ancestral fires have the same advantage as my rules. As long as he catches up in terms of power, he will be a rather terrifying existence. Anyway, I do not want to be his opponent. Big brother, thank you. It was because Long Chen had gone through untold hardships to come to the realm of life, and because Long Chen had defeated the Chaos Demon and given him the Chaos Demon Saber, that he could reach his current cultivation realm. In fact, most of what he had was given to him by Long Chen. The brotherly relationship between them had long surpassed life and death. Mo Xiaolang was grateful, and of course, he wanted to repay. He and Long Chen viewed each other as true brothers. In fact, even true brothers might not have such a blood-related camaraderie. Right now, we both lack an eternal-level boundless divine technique, which is why we are weaker than the enemy in terms of power. If only we had this boundless divine technique. They were still cultivating the immemorial scripture, which was a 6th-grade immemorial technique, which was definitely not as good as Dijun. The top 10 of the Divine Emperor ranking all had the eternal-level boundless divine technique. Although it's a pity, we still have to stay here for the time being. Go familiarize yourself with the Chaos Demon Saber first. I will be of help in the battle with Dijun, big brother. Mo Xiaolang said firmly. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder. There was no need to say more. After Mo Xiaolang left, Long Chen picked up the ghost blood curse in his hand and looked at Xueqi. This little beauty was beautiful, but her arrogance was not pleasing to the eye. However, Long Chen only treated her as a little girl. Why? Even now, do you still think that I am not worthy of using you? In fact, Long Chen had already proven that he was more suitable than anyone else for the ghost blood curse. He even had the sky-burying coffin and the sky-sacrificing spear at the same level. The sky-burying coffin had just been retrieved, while the sky-sacrificing spear was incomparably obedient to Long Chen, but it was not weaker than the ghost blood curse. Humph. I know you are powerful. You don't have to show off in front of me. Xueqi said angrily with her hands on her hips. Long Chen did not argue with her. He said, I don't need it. Even if you are unhappy with me, I will still use you. So, you should wait until you defeat Dijun before you make me submit to you. I don't know if you are still alive or not. I don't want you to be finished just as I acknowledge you. It's better if I don't have any feelings for you. Xueqi said coldly. Long Chen did not care what she said, but his voice became serious. He said, Xueqi, I will stop fooling around with you. I know that this challenge is very important to me, but that is my own business. It is fate that we have come together. There is one thing that is very important to me, and I want to ask you. In fact, Xueqi was probably joking with him. When she saw him become serious, she said lazily, What is it? You want something from me? Long Chen said, I heard that the ghost blood curse comes from a mysterious place called the Ancestral Star. I want to ask you if you know where it is. Ah! Xueqi was shocked. She had never heard Long Chen mention this. Fear flashed across her eyes, and she quickly said, "You can't go to the Ancestral Star. It's not a place you can go, and it's not a place I want to go either. I would rather die than go there, so don't ask." Long Chen understood. In fact, he just wanted to confirm whether such a place existed. He simply said, "It's fine as long as you know where it is." Since Xueqi said that, it was obvious that she knew where the Ancestral Star was. Long Chen was not in a hurry to go there. He only needed to confirm if she knew where it was. As for the real journey, that would be after the duel with Di Jun. It was not too late to force her then. "You can't go to the Ancestral Star. I will not lead the way for you." Xueqi was still chattering. Long Chen could not be bothered with her. He returned to the realm of life and settled down. He practiced the various rules, familiarized himself with the sky-burying coffin, and adjusted his strength to its peak. Fighting with Di Jun required a strong mentality. He was not completely confident yet, so there was a thorn in his heart that kept troubling him. The longer I stay in the realm of life, the more my fighting spirit will be worn down. However, if I stay here for too long, my chances of defeating him will be even lower. This time, he might not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Long Chen closed his eyes. "Then I'll wait for Yan to be born. If she's well, I'll go and welcome the duel to celebrate her birth." Long Chen clenched his fists and made his final decision. He could not delay any longer. Lingxi was sleeping peacefully in his arms. At this moment, Xueqi was playing in the realm of life. She suddenly ran over and pulled Kitten. She was very excited. Seeing that she was about to make a fuss, Long Chen brought them to another place. Xueqi laughed and said, Boss, that immortal godly phoenix is talking to me. She told me something very interesting today." Kitten stretched and said, "Did she lay an egg? Look at how happy you are. When are you going to lay an egg for me?" "Get lost. I'll tell boss. If I don't tell you, don't cry and make me tell you later," Xueqi said angrily. "Spare me, queen." Kitten immediately put on a long face. "What is it?" Long Chen felt that it was not a small matter. As expected, Xueqi put her hands on her hips and said word by word, "It's a big matter. That old immortal godly phoenix knows of a very magical place. She has been to that place, but she doesn't dare to go deep. That place is called..." At this point, Xueqi kept him in suspense. She glanced at Kitten and said, "It's related to you. Call me Grandma and I'll tell you." Kitten's eyes lit up. In fact, he had already guessed it. But to confirm, he decisively called out, "Grandma." "Ha!" Xueqi laughed loudly. When Long Chen glared at her, she coughed and said word by word, "That place has the power of time. It's like a tunnel, as magical as the realm of life and death. I think that's the time tunnel." Chapter 3003. Time Tunnel. Long Chen had a hunch, but when he heard it, he still found it hard to believe. Time tunnel. Kitten screamed, spread his arms, and hugged Xueqi tightly. Before Xueqi could react, he gave her a big kiss on the cheek. "My time tunnel. Haha. Is the heaven finally looking out for me? Ah, help, boss." Just when he was at the peak of his success, Xueqi threw a ball of anger at him. One fled, and the other chased. It was a lively scene. "Get back here, you stinky cat." "Ah, help. Boss, help. This crazy woman is going to kill me." Kitten ran around Long Chen at the top of his voice. "All right, Xueqi, I have to talk to Immortal Divine Phoenix for a while." Long Chen took out the divine item that Xueqi had used to contact the Immortal Divine Phoenix. It was a feather of the Immortal Divine Phoenix. Through the feather, he could see the figure of the Immortal Divine Phoenix. "Senior, have you really been to that time tunnel?" Immortal Divine Phoenix said, "I don't know if it is the time tunnel you mentioned, but it is indeed a very large whirlpool, about half the size of Pango continent. The flow of time is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and there is a tunnel in the center. It is very difficult for ordinary people to see it, and I can't go deep into it. After all, the flow of time in the tunnel is too fast, even tens of thousands of times faster. I suppose it is the time tunnel you mentioned." After hearing what she said,
Long Chen was almost certain that it was the space left behind by the void cosmic dragon, the time tunnel.
How many people know the location of this place?
Long Chen asked first.
It seems that this place is very important to you, said Immortal Divine Phoenix. I don't think there are many. There is no news about this place in the myriad worlds at present. It is very remote, and ordinary people will not come to such a place. It is the furthest edge of the myriad worlds. The fewer people knew about it, the better. Only then did Long Chen ask, Senior, this place is very important to me. I hope you can give me the location. He looked at Immortal Divine Phoenix expectantly. The Immortal Divine Phoenix was silent for a while.
I can, but I have a condition.
Senior, please speak. Personally, I think that place is very dangerous. Even I don't dare to enter that tunnel. It wasn't easy for me to find a divine phoenix with a bloodline similar to mine, so if you want to go in, please don't bring Xueqi along. At least let Xueqi stay with me while you are in the time tunnel. I heard that the ancient god gave you the realm of life. If she doesn't want to, she can stay in the realm of life. In other words, the Immortal Divine Phoenix was completely concerned about Xueqi's safety. That was too simple. I'll stay in the realm of life. Xueqi was still unwilling to go to the Immortal Divine Phoenix's side. After all, they were not familiar with each other. No problem. Long Chen answered her. Of course, he wouldn't let Xueqi take the risk. I will mark the location of the time tunnel on the star map and send it to Pan Gu's heart. As expected, a few days later, the Immortal Divine Phoenix sent the location of the time tunnel to Long Chen. Long Chen took a look and found that it was actually at the edge of the eastern star sector, slightly closer to the southern star sector. It's quite a distance from here. Long Chen asked Ghost Blood Curse Xueqi. Which star sector is the ancestral star in? I won't tell you to go there. I don't remember the past. Just tell me where it is. North. One was in the east, and the other was in the north. The time tunnel and the ancestral star were the two places that Long Chen had to go to. He thought about it. He wasn't very confident about the ancestral star. No matter how terrifying the time tunnel was, it was still on the same level as the realms of life and death. Thus he decided, if I finish off June, I'll go to the time tunnel and help Kitten's main body. At the same time, it was the world that once belonged to the Void Aeon Dragon. The Void Aeon Dragon was the third ancestral dragon after the first and second ancestral dragons. Even Long Chen had been created by this third ancestral dragon. Boss, you're really too handsome, too confident. I love you so much, I really want to devote myself to you. You've made such a wise decision. I can't help but wish you a house full of grandchildren, a group of concubines. Kitten immediately hugged his thigh and grinned from ear to ear. He had chosen Kitten because he had been with him for too long. They were brothers, but Long Chen had given most of his things to Mo Xiaolang, so he didn't take much care of Kitten. On the other hand, Ghost Qi wasn't willing to cooperate. Long Chen also realized that the ancestral star would be more troublesome, so it was better to leave it for later. Don't talk so much nonsense. When you get your main body, you'll be the strongest. Our team still needs you to protect us. Kitten laughed. Don't worry, you little minions. As long as you follow me, I'm sure you'll have a good life. Stinky Kitten, look at how cocky you are. Do you want to die? I'll burn all your hair off.
Xueqi was infuriated by his arrogance, and the two of them started fighting again in the realm of life.
Even now, Kitten is still like a child.
Mo Xiaolang watched him fight with a faint smile. However, he is indeed the one who hasn't panicked since the beginning.
Among us, he is the calmest. It's about time for him to take charge, Long Chen said. Their next target had been confirmed to be the time tunnel. Their path to becoming stronger. The only one blocking their way was June. When everything quieted down, Long Chen listened to the movements in Lingxi's stomach. The little dragon's vitality was getting stronger, as if it was trying to communicate with Long Chen. At this moment, Ancient God Savage Wilderness found Long Chen. Recently, June has been wandering around Panga's heart, waiting for you. This person isn't simple. He might have an original incipient grade creator divine weapon, and it's fused with his body. That's why I'm warning you. Original incipient grade. Long Chen was shocked. Perhaps this was June's trump card. He had obtained it from the dragon's sacrificial continent. To be honest, I'm tempted too. But that original incipient grade creator divine weapon has a high compatibility with him. It seems that it belongs to the dragon sacrificial continent, and outsiders can't use it. Otherwise, I would have taken it, said ancient god Savage Wilderness. Thank you, Senior. His reminder had at least allowed Long Chen to be prepared. He would not force the Wildlands ancient god to deal with Di Jun for him. On the journey, there were some enemies that he had to defeat himself. If he did not do so, there would always be imperfections in his heart, and it would affect his future cultivation. Di Jun was the one person in Long Chen's life who needed him to be defeated the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured until today. The dragon sacrificial continent used to be extremely powerful and vast. It's normal for it to have such a divine item. But if you don't have enough confidence, you'd better think twice. Long Chen knew what to do. Ancient god Savage Wilderness continued. In addition, although I'm not suitable to deal with Di Jun for you today, I can help you a little. I've accumulated many things over the years, some of which I can't use myself. For example, I gave the ghost blood curse to the three of you in the third heaven. Recently, when I saw that you only have the boundless divine technique at the primordial grade, I suddenly remembered that I also obtained a treasure from the dragon sacrificial continent. It's just that I don't have the divine dragon bloodline, so I can't use it. Today, I'll give it to you. I hope it'll be useful. Hearing this, Long Chen was looking forward to it. Thank you, Senior. How could something given by ancient god Savage Wilderness be simple? In fact, Long Chen was very grateful to ancient god Savage Wilderness. He didn't defeat Di Jun for him, but gave him the most precious thing. There was a saying that it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Whether it was the core of the realm of life or the thing that ancient god Savage Wilderness was about to give, it should be considered fishing. He wanted Long Chen to become stronger, not just to deal with Long Chen's opponents. The former was to help Long Chen fundamentally. It's this thing. An invisible object appeared in ancient god Savage Wilderness's hand. It seemed to be a pearl, but it couldn't be seen or touched. However, Long Chen could clearly feel its existence. From it, Long Chen could feel a dense divine dragon aura. It was indeed something from the dragon sacrificial continent. Actually, this thing was found in the realm of life. I once pondered it, and there should be a boundless divine technique hidden inside. It should be at the eternal level. Because you don't have a divine dragon bloodline, you can't activate it. Just take a look for yourself. Ancient god Savage Wilderness placed the invisible object in Long Chen's hand. An ice-cold aura melted into Long Chen's hand. It was a refreshing feeling, as if a divine dragon had drilled into his body. I can only help you to this point. You still have a long way to go. You have to rely on yourself to take the most important step. My cultivation is also limited, so I can't help you complete everything. However, I really hope that you can obtain victory in this decisive battle. Long Chen will naturally do his best. I can't let Senior down. Long Chen bowed deeply to him. I'll be leaving first. Ancient god Savage Wilderness left the realm of life once again, leaving this place to Long Chen. He gave Long Chen what he needed the most. After ancient god Savage Wilderness left, he began to study this invisible object. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. In his hand, there seemed to be billions of divine dragons galloping around the invisible ball. In Long Chen's hand, 5 types of ancestral dragon blood essence appeared and fused into the small ball. The small ball suddenly trembled and turned into liquid, fusing into Long Chen's arm. Then, it spread to his limbs and bones, covering his entire body. Chapter 3004. There were some bloodline advantages that couldn't be made up for with other methods. For example, this boundless divine technique from the dragon sacrificial continent. Even the Wildlands ancient god couldn't use it. However, once it fell into Long Chen's hands, it instantly became Long Chen's. Of course, even after the transformation of the boundless divine technique, Long Chen's understanding of this new power was still very limited. He didn't even know the name of this boundless divine technique. Trillion Shrine Palace. Chaos Origin Divine Power. Under the first transformation of the boundless divine technique, it became an invisible power as if it had completely disappeared. However, Long Chen could still feel its existence. He could even feel that this new power was more solid, magnificent, and majestic than the Chaos Origin Divine Power. It's definitely the eternal divine power. Even though only a small portion of the boundless divine arts power had reached this level, Long Chen could roughly guess that the value of an eternal-grade boundless divine art would not be lower than an eternal-grade fortune divine artifact. The Wildlands ancient god had given him another big gift. This colorless pearl made Long Chen feel very relaxed. He didn't even need to spend too much effort cultivating. The power in his body was automatically transforming. It was as if this divine object had been waiting for him for a long time and finally met him today. Of course, it was also because of his bloodline. His bloodline, which had inherited 5 kinds of ancestral dragon's blood essence, was a kind of suppression to anything from the dragon's sacrificial continent. He was waiting for the transformation of all his power to complete. That would be the time when he would be unprecedentedly powerful. He was also waiting for the birth of Long Yen. This was also the final moment. Now, Yang Yu and the others were watching Lingxi at all times. After all, the birth of Long Yen might be in the next moment. This was something that couldn't be predicted. Another 10 days passed. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He finally managed to transform all the divine power to the eternal divine power before the birth of Long Yen. It was only after attaining the eternal divine power that he realized the gap between the primordial chaos realm and the eternal divine power. It was no wonder that Di Jun and the others could have the power to crush him. The power of the eternal divine power was too huge. It could probably destroy even a primordial chaos realm. In fact, only ultimate gods deserve to possess such power. Now, Long Chen's god's spiritual source energy had transformed into an invisible force. This made him look like an ordinary person without any god power. He didn't even look like a god king. But in reality, the invisible god's spiritual energy was like an endless ocean, surging within his body. Long Chen didn't know the name of this boundless god technique, so he casually named it Invisible Dragon Essence. Actually, he knows that the reason why he doesn't know the true name of the infinite divine technique is because he hasn't fully activated it yet. As soon as I touched it, it melted into my power and helped me reach Eternal Realm. Besides that, I don't know anything else. The only possibility is that I haven't fully understood this thing yet. It should have a higher level that I need to cultivate to activate. It should be an original incipient grade boundless divine technique. This was obtained by the ancient god of the wilderness in the world of life. Moreover, the ancient god of the wilderness had said that this was at least an eternal realm boundless divine technique. In other words, it could be an original incipient grade 1. Long Chen had only activated a small part of it, but he had already achieved the eternal realm boundless divine technique. Therefore, his guess was quite possible. If it really is an original incipient grade boundless divine technique, then this gift is very precious. Items of original incipient grade are all precious treasures to the supreme god spirits. Even in the entire universe, they are top-notch treasures. I don't think there is an origin-level boundless divine technique in the universe. This is the highest level of power. In the current universe, besides the Origin Dragon Palace, there should be no other items of origin. Original incipient grade. The first original incipient grade item that Long Chen knew about was the one that Di Jun had. And now, it could be an original incipient grade boundless divine technique on him. No wonder the ancient god didn't give it to me the first time. He didn't want to give it to me at first. After all, he hadn't studied it thoroughly. But then he was willing to give it to me. This is a great help to me. Long Chen understood this kindness. Ancient god's savage wilderness was still on his side. However, I still don't have the ability to stimulate the deeper things in this colorless bead. The eternal realm power is enough for me to perform to the extreme. Starting from the death world, he had the heart of great void, and the life world. Then his realm rose. Now, he had the eternal realm power. After continuous rapid progress, Long Chen was much stronger than when he was fighting the chaos demons. I just don't know if I am qualified to compete with the Divine Lord now. Di Jun could make the domain master of the Dark Heaven domain helpless. If I want to defeat Di Jun, I think I have to have the same ability. So, unknowingly, I have become the top existence in the universe. Long Chen's heart was filled with hot blood. Since he had just left the dragon sacrificial continent, he hadn't experienced many things, but his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. From the demon god Buzhou mountain to the Panga continent, he was already comparable to the supreme god spirits. He had become one of the supreme beings in the universe. In that case, Why can't I kill the sky-devouring clan in the end and restore peace to the universe? Long Chen's eyes were full of hatred and hot blood. Today, he had more confidence in himself. It seems that you have succeeded. Ancient God Savage Wilderness had been watching him. At this time, he was outside the realm of life. Long Chen opened the realm of life and let him in. You must have felt that there are 2 layers in this colorless bead. You have opened the first layer and achieved the eternal realm power. I think if you can open the second layer, you should be able to achieve the original incipient realm power. That should be the case. Senior has given me such a precious treasure. Long Chen will never forget it. In the future, I will remember today's kindness, Long Chen said solemnly. This is not a big deal. If you can save the universe in the future, then you will be my benefactor. Ancient God Savage Wilderness paused, studying Long Chen. Suddenly he said, seeing your continuous growth, your power has reached the sky, but it seems that you are still not confident in fighting Di Jun. In terms of realm and principles, my disciple is stronger than Di Jun. Except for the original incipient realm creator divine weapon, he should be more terrifying than Di Jun. You can try fighting him first, and then you will have some idea. His disciple was the current master of the Savage Wilderness, Divine Reverend Savage Wilderness. Can he come and teach me? Long Chen's eyes lit up. To be honest, he was lacking a standard. He wasn't sure how strong he was, so he didn't know if he could defeat Di Jun. It would be great if Hierarch Man Huang could come and spar with him for a bit. Long Chen's eyes lit up. Of course, no problem. I will let him in. Ancient God Savage Wilderness's wrinkled face smiled. After Long Chen thanked him, he turned around. Lingxi had many people to take care of her, so it wasn't a big problem. The fight would only last for a while. If she came back, he could just stop it. It wouldn't be a problem. Not long after, the Wildlands sect leader arrived. He stood respectfully behind the Wildlands ancient god. With his tall stature, the Wildlands ancient god, who was also from the barbarian race, was only equivalent to one of his arms. Master, I'm ready. I heard that Long Chen has made rapid progress recently. I can't wait to see if you have the power to resist Divine Reverend. If you do, you will be a super genius that has never been born in the past millions of years. Savage Wilderness Sect Master's eyes were filled with battle intent. He was in existence stronger than Di Jun. Since that's the case, let's go to the Death World. Please follow me. There were many people in the Life World. The Death World was more like a battlefield and was more suitable for combat. He opened the door and entered with Ancient God Savage Wilderness and Sect Master. Not long after, Ancient God Savage Wilderness disappeared into the darkness, leaving Long Chen and Savage Wilderness Sect Master facing each other. Savage Wilderness Sect Master looked around and smiled. This place is advantageous to you. I can't use Panga's possession here, so my combat strength will be greatly reduced. However, if you just want to test your level, I only need to use one move. If you can receive it, it means that you have the power to resist Divine Reverence. You should be around the same level as Di Jun. Alright. Long Chen's fighting spirit surged. Savage Wilderness Sect Master didn't waste any time. He stretched his arms and legs. His tyrannical muscles were full of impact power. His physical strength was beyond ordinary people, and the most violent part was his eternal level power. In terms of strength, barbarians generally surpassed their opponents. Although Long Chen had eternal level power, it only shortened the distance between him and Savage Wilderness Sect Master. Get ready! Suddenly, Savage Wilderness Sect Master appeared in the distance. Boom! With a tremor, his power exploded. With him as the center, the earth-shattering blood sea rushed towards Long Chen, forming an incomparably terrifying first wave of attack. Under his aura, the entire Death World was stirred up. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the Wildlands sect leader moved his muscles and bones, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. Right now, his entire body was covered by an earthen yellow energy. Under that energy, the surrounding blood sea was changing, turning from liquid to solid, turning into an endless land. Take this. Before attacking, Savage Wilderness Sect Master didn't forget to remind Long Chen. He roared and decisively attacked. It was a very simple punch. His attack should be a well-controlled attack. It was a kind of test. As long as Long Chen could receive it, it would be a symbol of strength. After all, he was a true supreme deity, and his realm far surpassed Long Chen's. Desolate God Fist. One punch. Chapter 3005. The Attack of a Supreme Deity. Long Chen squinted his eyes, trying to feel the power. Not to mention the majestic attack, just the rules of the god of Tai realm, although simple, had undoubtedly pushed the power of the Wildlands sect leader to the extreme. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a desolate world. Everywhere was barren, and a destructive force was rushing towards Long Chen. That was the suppression of countless worlds on Long Chen's body. Destruction. Within the rules of the attack, the Wildlands sect leader could vaguely be seen. However, his face was as huge as the entire continent. Boom. Boundless divine might. The might of a supreme deity had already activated Long Chen's death rain. He used his own strength to control the death rain, making it impossible for Long Chen to draw the power and help he needed from the death rain. How do you deal with it? The voice of the Wildlands sect leader covered the sky and earth, rumbling loudly. This was a spiritual attack, targeting the primordial spirit. Under such an attack, the opponent of the Wildlands sect leader might be mentally crushed before he could be defeated. It was time to counterattack. Ding. At this moment, Long Chen was very decisive. He directly took out the sacrificial spear. The silver spear spun in front of him, letting out a sharp screech. Thousands of sharp lights exploded, piercing through the surrounding desolate power. In the raging wind of the desolate world, Long Chen was incomparably calm. At this moment, he held the sacrificial spear with one hand. Suddenly, his forehead split open, and a green eye appeared. At the same time, there were not pupils in his eyes, but an endless sea of life. It was exactly the same as when he used the death rain. The difference was that it was the realm of life that was tumbling. On the other side of the realm of life, other than where Lingxi and the others were, the entire realm of life had once again turned into an ocean of life, forming a huge, heaven-defying whirlpool, forming a terrifying suction force. On the other side of Long Chen, the sacrificial spear was completely green. There were countless green lines on it that were rotating, condensing at the tip of the spear, forming a green light dot. Death rain. The power of the realm of life appeared in the realm of death. The Wildlands sect master couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although Long Chen was currently in the death world, there was a boundless dark green vortex behind him. This was a vortex of life energy, incomparably majestic and boundless. Long Chen was in the center of this vortex of life, and his heaven sacrificial spear was the core of this vortex of life. The moment the desolate god fist descended, Long Chen completed the life realm killing tribulation and violently stabbed out. The heaven sacrificing spear was like a snake coming out of its hole. Swoosh! The charge of the heaven sacrificial spear triggered a change in the whirlpool of life. The whirlpool spun at a terrifying speed. Wherever the heaven sacrificial spear went, the entire great desolate world was destroyed and swallowed by the heaven sacrificial spear into the world of life. This was a contest between rules and rules, between strength and strength. In terms of rules, the Wildlands sect master was still weaker than Long Chen even though he was at the godly venerate level. In terms of strength, even though Long Chen had attained the eternal rank, he was still inferior to the Wildlands sect master. Of course, if he had still been at the primordial chaos realm, the difference would have been even greater. Fortunately, Long Chen used the heaven sacrificial spear. The heaven sacrificial spear's divine power of creation became the key to Long Chen's victory. He relied on the heaven sacrificial spear to move forward and the life realm killing tribulation to absorb life. No matter how powerful the Wildlands sect master was, he still couldn't stop Long Chen from robbing his life. Bang! The heaven sacrificing spear and the Wildlands sect master's fist were inches apart. The laws and power between the two collided. The impact Long Chen had to endure was too terrifying. He had no choice but to ignite the flames of his life in order to prevent himself from being sent flying. This was the absolute superiority of his opponent in terms of power. However, the life realm killing tribulation was also a huge problem for the Wildlands sect master. Although he was confident that he could suppress Long Chen, at this moment, his arm withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. His vigorous blood chi and life force were all crazily swallowed by the heaven sacrificial spear. The Wildlands sect master's expression changed. Enough! He suddenly laughed, retracted his fist, and retreated, leaving Long Chen's attack range. His laws were also retracted, and he stopped attacking. The death rain, which had turned into a primordial world, reappeared in front of Long Chen. All right. Long Chen understood what the Wildlands sect master meant. When the Wildlands sect master retracted his hand, Long Chen also hurriedly retracted his attack, withdrawing the heaven sacrificial spear and the life realm killing tribulation.
Under his control, the eye between his eyebrows first disappeared.
Then, the entire life realm returned to normal. From the sea of life, it once again became a complete world, as if nothing had happened. In an instant, the death realm became quiet.
The Wildlands sect master still had a surprised look on his face.
He said somewhat helplessly, "It's about time. Based on the situation where you broke my move, he can probably face Hierarch and not be defeated. He can also contend with supreme deities. Di Jun is roughly at this level."
It can be said that the current Yu is already one of the top dozens of top experts in the myriad worlds. The God Kings were considered emperors in the myriad worlds, the level of experts.
Divine Kings were considered ordinary experts.
As for supreme deities, they were the emperors of the emperors, the experts of the experts, the supreme figures of the entire myriad worlds.
Long Chen had now officially stepped into this level. From the battle with the Wildlands sect master, Long Chen had gained some confidence and experience. At least now when facing Di Jun, he clearly did not need to flee and be passive anymore. He had almost been killed by Di Jun in the Blood Spirit Abyss, and had been forced to flee to the Death Realm twice on Pango Continent. He remembered all of these in his heart. But now, there was a huge gap between him and the last time. The ancient god of the Wildlands sect appeared again. He smiled and said, "The most important thing this time is that the power of the eternal level has come into play. Otherwise, there would be a huge gap between your strength and the enemies." Long Chen was well aware of this, so he had to thank the ancient god even more. "To be honest, you can challenge Di Jun at any time. We'll wait and see. Of course you can decide when you want to do it yourself. Anyway, with the life and death realms, Di Jun won't be able to defeat you. You have countless chances to make a comeback." It would be difficult for Di Jun to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace. In contrast, Long Chen was very curious about the original incipient grade creator divine artifact he had. Perhaps he could snatch it. Compared to the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen might be able to use the original incipient grade item. Then, the ancient god of the Wildlands and the Wildlands sect master left first. Long Chen returned to the life realm. As soon as he returned, he couldn't wait to come to Lingxi. At this time, Lingxi was in a strange state. She was shrouded in a white halo, which made it hard for people to see her clearly. In the light, there was a vague red color of the immemorial blood spirit dragon. Yang Yu, Divine Emperor Yu Hua, and the other dragon emperors were nearby. At this moment, they were surrounding Lingxi, waiting for the birth of a new life. "Chen, it should be today." Seeing him, Lingxi's bright eyes brightened. To her, Long Chen was the absolute backbone. Relax a little." Although Long Chen told her to relax, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, this was his first child. He discovered that when he looked at Lingxi's lower abdomen, looking at the little fellow that alternated between a baby girl and a little red dragon, he couldn't help but feel a sweetness in his heart. He really wanted to give birth immediately. Everyone was waiting in anticipation for that moment to come. The whole realm of life was silent. Even Kitten and Zhu Shi, who were usually noisy, were quiet at this time. They hid at the side and watched stealthily. Because of her parents, Long Yan was destined to be a little princess the moment she was born. Not far away, Li Xuanji also stood at the side and watched in a daze. She didn't come out for a long time, but when she heard about Long Yan, she couldn't help but come out. It seemed that the time had come. Lingxi seemed to be a little confused. She spoke like she was talking in her sleep. At this time, she leaned against Long Chen. Long Chen held her palm tightly. It was a little warm, but it felt cold. "Everyone, move away. Don't look." Yang Yu was going to have a baby granddaughter soon. He was more excited than anyone else. After a while, everyone waited in the distance. Under Long Chen's control, many trees appeared, surrounding him and Lingxi. Although it was not suitable for him to be here, Long Chen was still worried. After all, this child had been born for too long. His eyes were fixed on the child who had his eyes closed at all times. Suddenly Lingxi let out a painful sound. Long Chen also became nervous, but he soon found that the situation was wrong. The vitality of Lingxi in his arms was rapidly declining, and the little girl's vitality was becoming more and more vigorous. She was actually devouring Lingxi's life. Chen. She could sense it as well.
In fact, she could even see that her body was withering away, and the child in her womb was like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring and cleansing, as though it was preparing for her birth.
If this went on, Lingxi would die directly. Long Chen was shocked. He didn't know what was going on, but he had a choice in his heart. If he had to choose one, he couldn't let Lingxi die for this child.
But if he didn't stop this situation, in his eyes, this child was indeed like a bottomless pit.
Even if it completely devoured Lingxi's vitality, it would still be difficult to fill her up.
This sudden situation had already extinguished the joy and nervousness in Long Chen's heart.
Don't be afraid. He held Lingxi's hands tightly. No matter what, he wouldn't let anything happen to Lingxi. Chapter 3000.
Recently, my writing hasn't been very smooth, but after some adjustments, I will give everyone the best climax tomorrow. The strongest and most beautiful part of the Dragon's Blood, the last chapter of the Myriad Worlds, which is also the final chapter, I will definitely do my best to finish it. Thanks so many readers for following me along the way.
Chapter 3006.
Don't panic. While Long Yen was frantically devouring Lingxi's life force, Long Chen held down the restless Lingxi. She couldn't think properly now, so Long Chen made his own decision. Of course, he knew that Long Yen didn't do it on purpose. This child's potential and bloodline were too terrifying, so her birth required such a strong life force. As a child, she could only absorb from her mother's body and didn't know that the huge gap in her body would lead to her mother's death. Therefore, Long Chen didn't blame Long Yen. What he did was directly control the realm of life. This was the realm of life, and what it lacked the least was life force. At this critical moment, Long Chen summoned a huge amount of life force and poured it into Lingxi's body. He already had some achievements in understanding the rules of life, so it wasn't difficult for him to use the realm of life's life force to sustain Lingxi's life. After Lingxi stabilized, Long Chen transferred the power of the realm of life. He didn't need Long Yen to devour it, but directly poured it into the fetus body and let her digest it. With so much power available, Long Yen didn't need to devour Lingxi's body. The situation finally stabilized. What's going on? Everyone was shocked to see a huge amount of heaven and earth turn into a river of life and flow towards Long Chen. However, if something happened, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be so calm. Although everyone was nervous, they didn't dare to disturb him for the time being. It's okay. Long Chen patted Lingxi's nervous face. Now that the realm of life's power had gathered into a river and replaced Lingxi, Long Yen had enough replenishment. Under the nourishment of the realm of life's power, the child became very majestic. She might be very weak at the beginning, but if she continued to devour like this, she would definitely be much more terrifying than a normal child when she was born. After all, she's the little ancestral dragon. You can't blame her for this. Lingxi had gotten through the tense moment just now, and now she hurriedly spoke up for Long Yen. She was worried that Long Chen would not like this child because of this. All right, I definitely understand. Don't worry. Long Chen was no longer nervous. He was actually looking forward to the birth of this child. She had devoured so much life force, and her starting point would be incredibly high. At the very least, he could be sure that she was different from Long Chen. She would be born with godly spirit power. Just like that, they waited. Eventually, 4 hours passed. 4 hours had been thrilling and thrilling. Fortunately, the speed at which the dragon face was absorbing life force had weakened. It wouldn't take long before it was saturated. By then, it would be time for the baby to be born. This child, if we hadn't coincidentally come to the realm of life at this time, how could there be so much life force for her to absorb? Long Chen thought that it was a close shave. He had come to the afterlife realm at the right time. Otherwise, Lingxi would have lost her life. Thinking about what would have happened in the realm of life and the difficult decision she would have had to make, even Lingxi was frightened. Fortunately, she's fine now. We're really lucky, Lingxi said contentedly. At this time, the dragon face had almost stopped devouring life force. Long Chen took a closer look. He couldn't imagine that this little fetus had a majestic life force that was not inferior to his own. It surpassed everyone else here except for Long Chen. She hadn't been born yet. What a little monster. This could only mean that his bloodline was too powerful. If the dragon face was born normally, He would have to consider whether he should give birth to a few more children as soon as possible to play with Chen.
Just as Long Chen was relaxing, something new happened. Lingxi gritted her teeth.
Long Chen could feel that after devouring a large amount of life force, the dragon face was not idle. She directly devoured the pure immortal source energy in Lingxi's body. At the same time, she's also devouring the spiritual energy in the surrounding world. However, there's not much spiritual energy in the surrounding world, so Lingxi has become her main target. Under her devouring, it won't be long before Lingxi's strength is completely devoured. At that time, Lingxi, who has already become a divine emperor, might become a cripple. What a troublesome fellow.
Long Chen had no choice but to open the divine kingdom and send Lingxi in. After all, the divine kingdom was now connected to Pangu continent, which was a primeval incipient world. The Pangu spirit energy here was the most powerful spirit energy in all the worlds.
Whoosh!
As soon as she entered the divine kingdom, Lingxi became the core. All the Pangu spirit energy devoured by the origin dragon palace in the whole new world was gathering toward Lingxi. I can only say that the dragon face's devouring ability is too terrifying. Long Chen quickly asked Lingxi. After all, she knew her own situation better than anyone else. Lingxi answered with some difficulty. It seems, she still feels that it's too slow and too little. She wants to absorb it from me. Lingxi had the ready-made pure immortal source energy in her, which was most effective for the dragon face.
Although the divine kingdom had a lot of natural energy, which was almost the same as the normal level on Pangu continent, it still could not satisfy the child.
I'll go. Long Chen became nervous again. One was his woman, and the other was his daughter. He had not been so nervous for a long time. Even the divine kingdom could not satisfy the dragon face. The only way was to get out of here. What's wrong, Chen? Young Chen, you and the others have made progress. The dragon face is absorbing a lot of energy, which has affected Xueqi. I have to take her outside. Yang Yu was startled. How could this be? Go outside? Isn't Di Jun waiting for you outside? There's no other way. Long Chen did not have time to think too much. The place with the densest natural energy on Pangu continent was Pangu's heart. He hoped that when he got out of here, the dragon face could concentrate on absorbing Pangu's natural energy and let Lingxi go. Even in the divine kingdom, Lingxi could not hold on for too long. Although her life was not in great danger this time, Long Chen did not want to waste all the cultivation base that Lingxi had worked so hard for. He opened the realm of life and rushed out. As soon as he got out, he brought Lingxi out of the realm of life. This was Pangu's heart, but it was the territory of the barbarians. For the dragon face, this place was too small. Long Chen had to bring her to the sky above the heart, where she could absorb the Pangu's heart and Pangu's natural energy from all directions. It was the most abundant supply. What about now? Because of the connection of the three lives threads, Long Chen could actually feel that the dragon face was also devouring the energy from him. Lingxi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's much better now. It's stable now." Rumble. A great amount of Pangu's natural energy surged toward Long Chen like a torrent. It came not only from Pangu's heart, but also from the entire Pangu continent. Long Chen was located slightly above Pangu's heart. For a moment, this place had become the core of Pangu's natural energy. It was great news for Long Chen that Lingxi was fine. He looked around and could not help but smile bitterly. It looks like Yan is going to be born here in such a high-profile manner. Long Chen had mixed feelings about having a daughter like this. She was not even born yet, and he could not help but wonder what would happen when she was born in the future. Long Chen, what's wrong? On the barbarian tribe's side, the barbarian sect master and many barbarian divine emperors had already noticed the commotion. It's nothing. Please allow me to stay here for a while, sect master, said Long Chen quickly. After all, this place was above someone else's head, and it was devouring the natural energy of Pangu continent. Of course, they would be curious when they saw that the natural energy around them had been greatly reduced. That's not a problem. But since you are here, Di Jun will definitely show up. According to the previous agreement, we can't help you, said the sect master. Long Chen would not break this agreement. Ancient God Savage Desolation had already helped him too much. No matter what, he had to personally take action in the fated battle with Di Jun. Suddenly, he took a deep breath.
Did Yen ask me to choose this most important moment, the moment of her birth, to complete this fated battle and celebrate her birth? Long Chen had been waiting for the birth of his dragon face, waiting for himself to grow stronger. He had decided to come out and fight Di Jun at that time. But every time, he was hesitant, wondering if he was Di Jun's match. After all, he might have an original incipient grade divine item. If he hesitated for a long time, it would not be a good thing for him. At least in his heart, he was already a loser. Today, because of the birth of his dragon face, in order to prevent Lingxi from getting into danger, he had to come to Pangu continent and leave the life and death realms. As long as he came here, it meant that Di Jun would come to find him. Must it be like this? Why don't we just stay in the divine kingdom? I'll suffer a little. Lingxi grabbed his arm. No, now that things have come to this, I no longer have any leeway to retreat. I'm just sorry that I couldn't be by your side when Yen was born. However, I will give you the best news and give you a satisfactory answer. He did not know when, but his blood was boiling. You have to come back alive. Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears. There was nothing more reason for Long Chen to fight than this sentence. Lingxi had to stay here. Di Jun would come, and he had to fight. I will come back alive, Long Chen said with certainty. For a long time, he had lacked the ultimate reason to face Di Jun. But today, he saw it in Lingxi's tearful eyes. He also saw it in the young life of his dragon face. This ultimate reason is to come back alive, to see his wife and child, and to enjoy the joy of life. This is not a trivial matter, but the most important thing in Long Chen's life. This is my promise to you and Yen. You just need to let her come to this world safely. Tell her that her father is an amazing man. After saying this, a figure appeared in the sky. Chapter 3007. Di Jun was near the heart, guarding it at all times. Perhaps he had expected that one day, Long Chen would appear in front of him. Today was the moment. When Long Chen raised his head with Lingxi in his arms, who was absorbing the endless Pangu energy, he saw Di Jun hovering in the sky. His left eye was like a blazing sun, and his right eye was empty and hollow, staring at Long Chen with scorching heat and indifference. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Chen. Lingxi called softly. Facing Di Jun, she could not help but feel nervous. But soon, a determined look came over her face as she said, "Don't worry, go and fight. When you come back, I will let Yen and I see you safe and sound. You have to let us see you too. I promise you, and you have to promise me." Fate had allowed Long Chen to complete this predestined duel at this most critical moment. In that case, we must both abide by the agreement. Long Chen stared into her eyes, and he saw Lingxi's resolute gaze. This was the moment when he trusted Lingxi the most. Since fate had chosen this moment, it was just the right time for him to vent all his anger and passion. By now, the ancient god of wildness and the sect master of the wildness sect had probably learned about what had happened here. However, according to the previous agreement, they stayed in the heart and did not participate in the competition between Long Chen and Di Jun. Even all the experts on Pangu continent could feel the confrontation in this place. In fact, the news of the duel between Long Chen and Di Jun had long been spread across all the realms, and now countless people were waiting for the new situation. Today's duel was bound to shake all the realms, and the impact it would have was unprecedented. The battle between the number one on the Divine Emperor list. Who would be the strongest Divine Emperor in all the realms? The suspense was all in this day. Long Chen decisively handed Lingxi over to Yang Yu, Yu Hua Divine Emperor, and the others. They were all women and knew more about this than Long Chen. If there was any trouble, the immortal godly phoenix could also help. She happened to be nearby and had rushed over at this time. Because of Zhu Shi, the immortal godly phoenix and Long Chen were on good terms. Don't waste time. Di Jun sneered and waved his hand. Following his move, an enormous column of fire descended from the sky, striking towards Long Chen. In a flash, it seemed to have ignited all of Pangu's spirit power, making the sky above the heart of Pangu shine brightly. Di Jun was not a gentleman. His target was not only Long Chen, but also Lingxi. As long as Lingxi had to stay in this place, she would be his trump card. For the sake of obtaining the Origin Dragon Palace, he was nothing more than a villain. Long Chen didn't say a word. This time, He left Lingxi and charged into the clouds under everyone's gazes. He split the pillar of fire in half with a single slash, and the two have split in two directions, forming a sea of fire in the sky. Meanwhile, Long Chen was already in front of Di Jun. Let's go. Long Chen gave him a look, then flew into the starry sky. Di Jun could tell from the look in his eyes that Long Chen would not run away this time. He was ready. With that, Di Jun was temporarily relieved. Of course, he would not be despicable enough to think of killing Lingxi first. Fine, I'll give you a chance to have a fair fight. Di Jun smiled faintly and followed Long Chen. Under the gazes of billions of living beings, the two of them rushed up into the starry sky. The vast Pangu continent gradually shrank in their eyes. When he turned around, he saw that Lingxi was looking at him. Her smile and calm demeanor were the most boundless strength in Long Chen's heart, and the little life in her womb was the source of all of Long Chen's fighting spirit. Although he looked ordinary at the moment, the truth was that the blood in his heart had long since been boiling, and his fighting spirit had long since broken through the heavens. This level of fighting spirit was unprecedented. He could not forget Lingxi's smile and the pulse of the little life. Because of this, as a husband and a father at this moment, he was so confident, so courageous, and so full of fighting spirit. When they came to the infinitely high starry sky, where the whole Pangu continent had become small, Long Chen knew that this was the battlefield he wanted. Fighting here would not affect Lingxi. Of course, those experts on Pangu continent could also see the situation of their battle. 10,000 meters away, Di Jun hovered in midair. On his left was a blazing flame, his golden hair fluttering in the wind, and on his right was ethereal, as if it did not exist. However, he had control over space. This was his world, his battlefield. The power of the laws had begun to spread before the battle began. What made Long Chen most afraid was that there was a layer of strange thing on Di Jun's body. He couldn't tell what it was, but it was like an armor that had already fused with him. Long Chen couldn't imagine how hard this thing was and how hard it was to break through it. He could feel that this thing was definitely related to the dragon sacrificial continent. When I was in Pangu's heart, I felt a fluctuation that made Origin Dragon Palace react. It must be the thing on Di Jun now, and it must be his greatest trump card. Whether I can defeat him this time, it will depend on whether I can break this trump card. At this time, Long Chen could not think about when he was confident. He could only win and go back alive. This was the only choice he had given himself. As a father and husband, nothing was more important than seeing his daughter and woman. It was the hot blood flowing in Long Chen's heart, his greatest perseverance and fighting spirit at this moment. It was an immortal power, a spiritual will. Even if he did not close his eyes, all Long Chen could see was Lingxi's smile at him, and the movement of the little life. Touched by life. Di Jun could not understand Long Chen's current emotions. He did not understand that this was actually the best moment for Long Chen. Everyone desired different things. To Di Jun, the so-called daughter was nothing more than an insignificant thing. It was far less important than the Origin Dragon Palace. It's a pity. It seems like you care a lot about your children who are about to be born. However, this is fate. You won't have the chance to see them. It is indeed a sad thing for a child to have his father die in battle when he is just born. However, you don't seem to have a choice. Di Jun said word by word in an indifferent tone. Long Chen's gaze was unprecedentedly calm. He said, "The reason why humans, gods and demons are so noble is because of their emotions. You are an emotionless person, no different from the beasts in the mortal world. You have no right to discuss my matters. Since I am here today, I will not run anymore. You have chased me for dozens of years, and today is the end." Di Jun sneered, "Yes. However, this is your end and my new starting point. Everything in the draconic sacrificial continent is destined to belong to me. You are indeed heaven-defying, but it's a pity that you were born too late. Since that is the case, there is no need to say anything more. Many years of grudges and fated enemies. Today, I, Long Chen, will settle everything with you cleanly." Of course, I couldn't ask for more. After Di Jun finished his last sentence, his gaze had already changed. From a deity, he had turned into a killing maniac. He had chased after Long Chen for far too long, reaching the limit of his endurance time and time again. He had truly waited for too long for today. Therefore, he was excited. Boundless excitement. His excitement and fanaticism were the most insane power he had at this moment. Roar! He was almost unable to suppress it. Looking at Long Chen, he let out a beast-like roar. Everyone was looking at them, witnessing this battle, witnessing Di Jun's madness at this moment. Under this madness, Long Chen indeed appeared very insignificant. However, in Long Chen's eyes, it was as if he had returned to his childhood. Although he didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, his opponent was just a wild wolf. He had something he needed to protect, and he had strong emotions in his heart. These were all weapons that Long Chen wouldn't give up even if he died. Your life, everything you have, Di Jun will take it all. In that instant, right in front of Long Chen, Di Jun suddenly split into two. A golden-haired Di Jun and a silver-haired Di Jun appeared. The golden-haired Di Jun's anger soared to the heavens, like a sun, burning with raging flames. As for the silver-haired Di Jun, he was cold and indifferent, mysterious and illusory, as though he had fused with space itself. After splitting into two, each clone was incomparably powerful. At this moment, Di Jun's aura towered to the heavens, causing Long Chen to feel a terrifying pressure. Fortunately, he had fought against the Wildlands sect leader before, so he had a certain degree of confidence. In that instant, even the blazing flames of the golden-haired Di Jun didn't seem so terrifying. In that instant, the battle erupted. Di Jun charged forward, directly attacking. The golden-haired Di Jun was at the front, while the silver-haired Di Jun was at the back. Indistinctly, Long Chen could see that the golden-haired Di Jun was holding a stone in his hand, while the silver-haired Di Jun seemed to be holding a long sword. Although it was an invisible long sword, it was definitely an eternal-grade fortune divine weapon. Before Long Chen could take a closer look, the golden-haired Di Jun attacked in a frenzy. The stone in his hand was the eternal opal. The eternal opal that had once suppressed and stabilized the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen had no idea that the dragon sacrificial continent had actually been destroyed by Di Jun. The Tao of Sun that I cultivate is not weaker than Shen Yi. That sun is not just Shen Yi's territory. The golden-haired Di Jun's aura was magnificent. For a moment, large areas of the starry sky were burning under his control. At this moment, the eternal opal in his hand burst out with an unprecedented super light, piercing through the universe. Even on Pangu continent, almost every place was covered by this light. Rumble. An explosive sound came from the sky. Chapter 3008. In front of Long Chen, the fireball with the blonde Emperor Jun and the eternal opal as its core was enormous. Being right next to it, he could naturally feel the terrifying lethality. If this law were to be thrown onto Pangu continent, it would definitely cause terrible damage, even greater than the damage caused to the barbarians during the chaos of ancient demons. Since he is cultivating the law of refining sun, then this should be the refining sun. Even at this moment, Long Chen was still able to keep his mind calm. Compared to the huge fireball, his entire body was covered in waves of fire, making him look very small. Di Jun, on the other hand, had a majestic aura. Frankly speaking, just this rule alone was no weaker than the Wildlands sect leader's wilderness god fist. Ashes of all things, refining sun imperial flame. Endless waves of sound erupted from the refining sun. In the eyes of the crowd, the enormous refining sun was already crashing down towards Long Chen. It was so terrifying that everyone could not help but worry about Long Chen. The flame was too fierce, too intense. For Long Chen, there was only one thing in the entire world in front of him, and that was the enormous fireball hovering in the starry sky. And the law that could burn everything. Boom, boom. As the refining sun imperial flame moved, even the starry sky was set ablaze. Countless broken stars were directly turned into ashes. It was as if the flame was used to split the sky and earth. Such a law showed how determined Emperor Jun was to kill Long Chen, as he had used an absolute killing move right from the start. In the Divine Kingdom, the Realm of Life, and the heart of Pangu, countless people who were concerned about Long Chen could not help but clench their fists as they watched the scene. Even under the test of the flame, their eyes did not dare to move away. Bam! In their eyes, Long Chen moved. It was hope and dawn. In the face of the terrifying refining sun imperial flame, Long Chen remained calm. When the flame approached him, he was already prepared and had a plan in place. Buzz! In front of the refining sun imperial flame, he, who looked very tiny, suddenly took out the sky-burying coffin. Big. Under his control, the eternal grade fortune divine artifact grew infinitely, blocking in front of Long Chen. Under his power, the heaven-burying coffin was displayed to the extreme. The bronze coffin with countless skull carvings appeared in front of everyone. It was incomparably fiendish, and it formed a sharp contrast with Di Jun's flames of righteousness. The sky-burying coffin emitted a bloody light. Long Chen's actions were very straightforward. He manipulated the sky-burying coffin to devour the burning sun imperial fire. The golden-haired Di Jun and the eternal incandescent stone were the cores of the burning sun imperial fire, so they were also devoured by the sky-burying coffin. When the lid of the heaven-burying coffin closed, the heat and light between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared. It was as if the burning sun imperial fire had never appeared. Just as everyone was finding it hard to accept and understand this miracle, the entire heaven-burying coffin lit up again. It even started to burn. Although Long Chen used this fortune divine artifact to suppress Di Jun's laws are too ferocious. They are resisting inside the fortune divine artifact. If Long Chen can't stop them, the fortune divine artifact might even be destroyed. The Wildlands sect leader explained to the god emperors. At this moment, it was purely a battle to see who was stronger. Would the burning sun imperial fire destroy the sky-burying coffin? Or would the sky-burying coffin suppress the burning sun imperial fire? The answer was revealed in an instant. Long Chen descended from the sky and landed on top of the sky-burying coffin. His eyes were filled with illusory colors, and his hands instantly pressed on the sky-burying coffin. Heart of the Great Void. Until now, this was the strongest time law. It happened directly inside the sealed sky-burying coffin. At the same time, he used the power of the sky-burying coffin. The Heart of the Great Void had the power to stop time and accelerate time. It was almost equivalent to a time prison and white bones. When used inside the sky-burying coffin, its power surpassed the Chaos Demon's return to chaos, and was even faster and more violent. The sky-burying coffin could be said to be Long Chen's territory. Boom. When time stopped, in order to kill Blonde Di Jun, Long Chen used his ultimate killing move. The sky-burying coffin and the Heart of the Great Void were definitely his strongest combination. Moreover, it was also his first attempt. Actually, he had a lot of confidence. This was definitely a combination that could terrify Di Jun. At that moment, time stopped inside the sky-burying coffin, and it became a time prison. The White Bones Law descended on Blonde Di Jun, and it was difficult to resist. No matter how powerful the burning sun imperial fire was, it could not do anything at this moment. Success. Long Chen did not have much joy in his heart. All of this was actually within his plan. When Blonde Di Jun began to weaken and die under the power of time, Long Chen directly threw Mo Xiaolang into the sky-burying coffin. Roar. After rushing in, Mo Xiaolang turned into a sun-devouring direwolf. He had waited for this moment for too long. Now that Blonde Di Jun, who had been hit by the Heart of the Great Void, was no match for him at all. The tricolored ancestral fire quickly pounced forward. The power of the smelting sun imperial fire had yet to disappear. The sun-devouring direwolf looked like it had seen a feast and was gorging on it. Of course, the fastest thing he could do was to use the fire-forbidden domain to devour the golden-haired Di Jun Long Chen. Golden-haired Di Jun could only watch as his power flowed away and his life force declined. However, this was the Heart of the Great Void. This was the most terrifying part of the rules of time. Once hit, there was no corresponding rules of time to alleviate it. Only death was possible. Who asked Di Jun to be directly hit by the Heart of the Great Void? You've lost. Before Mo Xiaolang was swallowed by the law of time, he had used the fire-forbidden realm to devour him. In this way, he could forcibly absorb most of the power from Di Jun. Of course, the burning sun imperial fire and the eternal opal were his targets. Now that Di Jun was powerless, Long Chen saw that the flames on the sky-burying coffin were gradually dissipating. He knew what to do, so he put the coffin away. Such a move naturally caused a great uproar on Pangu continent. Although no one knew the specific process, however, it was obvious that the fact that Long Chen was able to put away the sky-burying coffin meant that the golden-haired Di Jun wouldn't be able to come out. The battle had just begun, yet Long Chen had already killed one of the other party's fire clones. He had directly killed half of his opponent. Didn't that mean that he was almost certain to win next? In fact, he could absolutely crush Di Jun? For a moment, all the barbarians on Pangu continent could not believe it. After all, they thought that this was a stalemate. At least, most of them thought that Di Jun had a higher chance of winning. After all, he had suppressed Long Chen several times before. He had turned defeat into victory so quickly. In fact, even Long Chen himself felt that things were going smoothly. But at this time, he was very confident that when blonde Di Jun was devoured, there was no way he could turn the situation around. Mo Xiaolang was a member of the Sky Devouring clan, and his devouring basically represented the death of blonde Di Jun. With half of his opponent's combat strength dead, there was nothing to worry about. It seems that I have slightly weakened the lethality of the Heart of Great Void. This thought flashed across Long Chen's mind. All of a sudden, even though the crowd below was cheering, he sensed danger. It was too smooth. Blonde-haired Di Jun was dead, and silver-haired Di Jun was dead. Why did he let me kill blonde Di Jun? He was a fool, obviously not. From the beginning, he seemed to have disappeared. Especially now, there was no trace of him in the whole world. At that moment, Long Chen had a creepy feeling. He had realized that on the surface, he had won a complete victory. But in fact, it seemed that Di Jun was still in control of everything. At this moment, there was a feeling of suffocation. Silver-haired Di Jun was here. He had been lying low for a long time, and even at the cost of blonde Di Jun, he wanted to give Long Chen a fatal blow at this moment. It was not that Long Chen had the upper hand and crushed Di Jun, but that he had fallen into a trap. Perhaps there were not many people on Pango continent who knew this. Suddenly, silver-haired Di Jun appeared in front of Long Chen. He had lost a clone, but he did not react at all. There was even a strange sneer at the corner of his mouth, which meant that everything was still under his control. When Long Chen saw him, it was already too late. After all, for this moment, Di Jun had been preparing for too long. The gate of the universe. The forbidden zone of eternity. The law of space. Using the gate of the universe, Long Chen displayed the nomological laws of space. The moment Di Jun appeared, the gate of the universe opened up beneath Long Chen's feet. It was so close that he couldn't dodge it. Inside the gate of the universe, a terrifying space swallowed Long Chen. It was easy to imagine that it took an existence like Di Jun such a long time to use this move, and he even had to use blonde Di Jun as a cover. How powerful was the law of the forbidden zone of eternity? At least, when the power of the law burst out, Long Chen could not hold it and was directly swallowed. It was just like blonde Di Jun being swallowed into the sky-burying coffin. At this time, Long Chen was swallowed by the law of space and disappeared in front of everyone. At that moment, Long Chen remembered many things. Finally, he saw a detail. When Di Jun and the silver-haired Di Jun had fused into one, the original incipient grade treasure had fused with them. However, when they separated, the golden-haired Di Jun didn't have any protection while the silver-haired Di Jun had everything. Moreover, the second ancestral dragon symbiotic dragon, the sacrificial dragon, was good at space law, but not fire law. Long Chen always thought that the two clones, blonde and silver-haired, had the same status. Now that he was swallowed by the law of the forbidden zone of eternity, he knew that it was not the case. It was even possible that silver-haired Di Jun was the real body, and the blonde Di Jun might be a part of him that he didn't care about. Boom. While he was still in shock, Long Chen fell into a magical space. This space was not big. It was surrounded by smooth gray walls, but it was definitely completely sealed. When Long Chen came in, the gate of the universe was closed. In this kind of space, as long as I open the Death Realm Dragon Gate, I can go back. Long Chen knew that just like the sky-burying coffin, it could not trap him. However, when he used the law, he found a terrible thing. Chapter 3009. This was a strange space. It was the law of Emperor Jun's eternal exclusion zone. It was not a large space, but just like the sky-burying coffin, it locked Long Chen in here. When he first came in, Long Chen was not very worried. Just like the sky-burying coffin, he could complete the transfer from the Death Realm. But when he entered the Eternal Exclusion Zone and was about to open the gate to the Life Realm or the Death Realm, he suddenly found that he could not move in the Eternal Exclusion Zone. It was an absolutely locked space. It was an application of Emperor Jun's space freeze. There's no need to struggle. Even if you're an ultimate god, you won't be able to move after falling into my gate of the universe's Eternal Exclusion domain. I used my avatar to attract your attention and spent so much effort to display the laws. How can I let you out so easily? In this gray space, silver-haired Emperor June suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. Of course he could move at will. Space freeze was somewhat similar to time stop, but they were not the same. One suppressed space, while the other locked time. They were different in nature, but the effect was the same. In the eternal exclusion zone, the law of space that Emperor June had been brewing for a long time was clearly more terrifying than the time prison of Era Heavenly Fiend. I just didn't expect that you could kill my clone while I was preparing for the eternal exclusion zone. Obviously, you, Long Chen, already have the strength to fight me. But unfortunately, you still lost. In D. June's hand, the divine sword gradually revealed itself, appearing in front of Long Chen. It was a transparent divine sword, slender and clean, like a transparent crystal. However, upon closer inspection, one could clearly see the power of this divine sword, because there were tens of thousands of spaces hidden within it, and each space seemed to contain a real world. Oh, this is the myriad worlds divine sword. There are 10,000 worlds in it, corresponding to the 10,000 worlds in the myriad worlds. This is the miniature of the myriad worlds. It was a spatial divine sword. It was made up of 10,000 spatial fragments, including Pango Continent, the Third Heaven, and so on. This was Emperor June's real weapon. With a casual wave of his hand, the 10,000 worlds inside began to collide and revolve, releasing terrifying spatial fluctuations. At this moment, he was standing in front of Long Chen, and his ethereal eyes narrowed as he looked at Long Chen. The myriad worlds divine sword, an eternal grade fortune divine artifact, was slightly raised. In terms of power, the myriad worlds divine sword could completely suppress the ghost blood curse. It was much stronger than ordinary eternal grade fortune divine artifacts. Ever since I let you escape last time, I've been preparing for the eternal exclusion zone. Today, I've finally put it to use. Although you've still killed one of my avatars, I still have to thank you for this. As my cultivation level increases, the Raging Flames law has gradually lost its effect. It's far inferior to my space law. A long time ago, it had already become a burden to me. I couldn't bear to part with it. Today you've helped me kill it. In fact, you've opened a new path for me, a pure path of cultivation. No matter what he said, Long Chen couldn't move. He couldn't even say a word. The space was frozen, pressing down on Long Chen like countless mountains. He could communicate with Emperor June through his nascent divinity, but there was no need. What Long Chen needed to do now was to figure out how to break Emperor June's eternal exclusion zone. It's over. Emperor June couldn't help but laugh. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Not only was he stronger than Long Chen, but he had also come up with a plan. This eternal exclusion zone was prepared for Long Chen. The loss of blonde Emperor June was nothing to him. His foundation was the space law, which was also the reason why he had completely transferred the primordial dragon pagoda to this body. Their eyes collided. The myriad world's godly sword was waved. Long Chen could already feel the danger of death. What a coincidence. Your child is about to be born. I can somewhat understand your feelings now, but it's a pity that fate sent you to this place. You can only accept it. If we are both chosen by the draconic sacrificial continent, chosen by the divine dragon, but ultimately, I'm stronger than you. When I get what you got, I will have a brighter future. The myriad world's godly sword was raised. Emperor June raised the myriad world's godly sword high up, his silver hair fluttering. Don't you want to say a single word before you die? Emperor June stared into Long Chen's eyes and said solemnly. Long Chen was unable to move. Even if he was filled with boundless anger, the power of the space freeze still prevented him from moving, and he couldn't show it on his face. What Emperor June saw was a calm Long Chen with a calm gaze. Oh, it's not that you don't have anything to say, you're just in despair. I understand. At this moment, Emperor June made his move. Outside the Forbidden Zone, everyone was staring at this place, waiting for the result. Everyone could see that although Long Chen killed the golden-haired Emperor June, he seemed to have fallen into the silver-haired Emperor June's rule and hadn't come out yet. How was he doing? On Panga's heart, the speed at which the dragon face was devouring Panga's spiritual energy had slowed down. It was almost time for the birth. Under the protection of Yang Yu and the others, Lingxi was a little tired. However, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and look at the movement in the starry sky. Her heart was beating rapidly. No matter how she called out to Long Chen, there was no response. Chen. Lingxi slowly closed her eyes. She had an extremely ominous premonition. However, this didn't scare her. My mission is to keep Yen safe and welcome his victorious return. I can't give up, and he definitely won't give up. Lingxi knew what kind of person Long Chen was. Before seeing that his wife and daughter were safe, he would never admit defeat. He would do what he promised Lingxi. Thinking of the promise Long Chen made to her before he left, Lingxi gritted her teeth. Even if Long Chen didn't do anything now, her heart was filled with hope. In the most crucial matters, Long Chen had never let her down. Forbidden Zone forever. Dang! Emperor Jun waved the myriad world's god sword in front of Long Chen, who couldn't move at all. In an instant, the myriad world's god sword raged, and a terrifying space-tearing force burst out. Forbidden Zone destruction cut. The sword swept across. Even in the Forbidden Zone forever, everything was destroyed by the space-tearing force. This is the end of you, Long Chen. Emperor Jun roared. His voice reverberated throughout the Forbidden Zone of Eternal World. Rumble! Under the power of the Forbidden Zone destruction cut, in front of Emperor Jun, Long Chen, who was imprisoned in the Forbidden Zone forever, began to crumble bit by bit and turn into ashes. Not only Long Chen, but the entire Forbidden Zone forever was destroyed. The Forbidden Zone forever and the Forbidden Zone destruction cut were, in fact, just the same rule. The Forbidden Zone forever imprisoned the opponent and completely bound the opponent with the power of space, while the Forbidden Zone destruction cut worked with the power of the Forbidden Zone forever to destroy everything. Rumble! What everyone saw was a towering transparent sword energy suddenly shooting out of the starry sky. It raged and shattered a starry sky that was 1/10 the size of Panga continent. In fact, this was also the explosion of the Forbidden Zone forever. It was almost one of Emperor Jun's most terrifying killing moves in the law of space. Long Chen had merged with the Forbidden Zone forever, so the explosion and destruction of the Forbidden Zone forever was his destruction. Emperor Jun suddenly appeared. The myriad world's divine sword was still rippling with the infinite power of space, tearing everything apart. Everyone saw Emperor Jun, the hundreds of millions of miles-long sword energy in front of him, and the countless destroyed spaces in front of him. As for Long Chen, he had completely vanished. Boom! Boom! Endless explosions echoed between heaven and earth, causing a deafening rumble that shook the entire Panga continent. Long Chen had disappeared into the starry sky. No one else saw it, but Emperor Jun clearly felt that Long Chen had been torn apart by the power of space during the destruction of the Forbidden Zone forever. Of course, Emperor Jun would not doubt it. After all, even an ultimate god, as long as he was trapped in the Forbidden Zone forever, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured by the Forbidden Zone destruction cut. The myriad world's divine sword was famous for its lethality. Emperor Jun had relied on the myriad world's divine sword alone to get to the top of the divine emperor list. Boom! Most people saw this scene. Emperor Jun could not help but laugh wildly. Above the starry sky, his silver hair fluttered in the wind, surrounded by destroyed spaces. Could it be that Long Chen has died in the battle? What a pity. In the end, even ancient god Savage Wilderness let out a sigh. The last thing they wanted to see had happened. And under such circumstances, it was really hard to bear. After all, the child he had been waiting for a long time was about to come to this world. He had just been born, and he had just lost his father. For a moment, the entire Panga continent was silent, and the eyes that looked in the direction of Lingxi were full of pity. Long Chen is dead. Emperor Jun's voice spread across the world. After decades of chasing, he had finally found his son. Of course, he was extremely excited, and an unprecedented sense of accomplishment overwhelmed him. Yongyu shook her head, tears beginning to fill her eyes. Aunt Yu, have you forgotten? He can bring the dead back to life. Lingxi's eyes were firm as she looked at the starry sky, as if to prove what she had said. Just as she finished speaking, and just as Emperor Jun was about to open his divine kingdom to search for the Origin Dragon Palace, countless rays of green light converged. About 1,000 meters in front of Emperor Jun, a tremendous power was accumulating and exploding. Boom! Just as everyone was feeling helpless. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and Long Chen's figure appeared, unscathed. His fighting spirit towered into the sky, and his killing intent was heavy. In his right hand, the ghost blood curse shone brightly. In his left hand, the sacrificial spear shone brightly. At this moment, Long Chen raised his head between the sword and spear. He had paid with his life in exchange for another chance to fight equally. At this moment, he and Emperor June had each died once. Chapter 30:10. On his left hand, the emerald green bracelet that could bring him back to life had already dimmed. No one knew when it would shine again, and this was almost Long Chen's only chance. After the previous confrontation, both sides had a certain degree of understanding. Just as Long Chen appeared and Di Jun was at his most shocked, Long Chen unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful attack in the starry sky. This was his limit. Boom! For a moment, heaven and earth seemed to explode. All of a sudden, a green ocean of life appeared in his left eye, and a tumbling ocean of blood appeared in his right eye. The power of life and death had perfectly combined at this moment. Most importantly, an eye appeared between his brows. It was the combination of the core of the death realm and the core of the life realm. The fusion of life and death had given birth to a bizarre eye that was emerald green and blood red. Rumble! With the heavenly spear in his left hand and the ghost blood curse in his right, on the left was the shadow of a boundless ocean of life. The ocean of life had turned into a huge vortex behind Long Chen, so huge that it blotted out the starry sky in the eyes of the people on Pangu continent. On the right was a boundless, violent blood-colored ocean that was releasing endless killing intent. Long Chen's position happened to be between these two oceans and the two worlds. At this moment, he had gathered almost all the power of the life and death realms, and while Di Jun was still in a state of shock, he had unleashed this peerless killing technique that was destined to be passed down through the ages. Death tribulation. Life tribulation. When they were used almost at the same time, it was the death tribulation. As the ghost blood curse unleashed the power of the death tribulation, the heavenly spear thrust toward Di Jun with the law of life that could deprive life. The killing technique of life and death was unleashed at the same time. Everything in its path disappeared, and Di Jun, who was very close to it, could not dodge or escape. The power of the life realm had locked onto him, making it impossible for him to get away. In the eyes of the barbarians on Pangu continent, the power of life and death was perfectly combined. The power of law. In the face of all this, no matter how depressed Di Jun was, he had to enter a fighting state from the shock. Obviously, Long Chen had come back to life. This was a fact, and no matter how unbelievable it was, it could not change this fact. Di Jun's silver hair fluttered in the wind under the bombardment of the life and death laws. His eyes were illusory, cold and emotionless. Even now, he didn't bat an eyelid as he gripped the myriad worlds god sword with both hands. Just before the life and death calamity descended, he roared and activated the space laws. With the myriad worlds god sword, he slashed out once again. The sword slashed down. World extermination slash. Unlike the previous sword of destruction, which was only a part of the eternal forbidden zone, this sword of destruction was an independent law of space, the law of space shattering. As the sword slashed down, a terrible thing happened. The space within tens of millions of meters around the sword, which was almost as close as Pangu continent, was shattered. Di Jun's sword was powerful enough to destroy a great world. Countless fragments of space condensed into a huge sword and pierced toward the life and death calamity. This was a clash of pure nomological powers. It was a clash of the strong, and it was the best way to distinguish the absolute combat power of the two sides. In the space where Long Chen was, apart from where he was standing, everything else was in the midst of destruction. For a moment, everything was destroyed. The life and death calamity collided wildly with the world extermination slash. Heaven and earth were destroyed. The law of life and death collided with the law of space. Break. Long Chen used the death calamity to open the way, and the life calamity to follow. With the combination of the two, each of his laws was not weaker than the world extermination slash. Under this double attack, the world extermination slash, which Di Jun was most satisfied with, collapsed, collided, and destroyed under the attack of his rebirth. Rumble. Wow. People let out cries of surprise. They saw that the life and death calamity broke through the world extermination slash. Even though the world was destroyed, it still collided with Di Jun. Long Chen's ghost blood curse and heaven's sacrificial spear landed on Di Jun almost at the same time. Die. Under the impact of the life and death calamity, Di Jun had to face such an attack head-on. According to Long Chen's estimation, he would die for sure. Di Jun had completely lost this confrontation. After all, Long Chen's rebirth was too strange. As long as the ghost blood curse slashed across Di Jun's body, As long as the heaven sacrificial spear stabbed into him, Jun would die and turn into ashes. At that moment, blazing flames spewed out from Long Chen's eyes. Jun Long Chen. But even at the last moment, when the ghost blood curse stabbed into his body, Jun suddenly gave up all resistance, allowing the ghost blood curse and heaven sacrificial spear to stab into his body. In the next instant, Long Chen discovered that what he stabbed wasn't Jun's body, but something else. Destinable divine weapon. He knew what it was. When his weapon struck Jun, a transparent pagoda appeared on Jun's body, enveloping him completely. The ghost blood curse and the heavenly sacrificial spear didn't manage to pierce through. Instead, they were smashed away. Long Chen was also sent flying. Jun also flew backward. After a life-and-death battle, the two separated. Boom. After all, the battle between the two of them had never stopped. At the beginning, Long Chen had killed the golden-haired Jun. Everyone had thought that was the end, but Jun had instantly suppressed Long Chen, almost causing him to lose his life. This time, Long Chen had once again reversed the situation. Just as he was about to kill Jun, no one had imagined that Jun would have a super divine item that could protect him. This is the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. You will never be able to break it in your entire life, Jun said calmly, pointing at the transparent pagoda on his body. Indeed, it was the original incipient grade destinable divine weapon. Long Chen couldn't help but feel troubled. At this point, only the Primordial Dragon Pagoda was left. He had just experienced the terror of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Did it mean that he had no way to defeat Jun? Everything he had done until now was in vain. He didn't have much time to think. Jun wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. After the Primordial Dragon Pagoda had done its job, he chuckled. After playing with you for so long, I didn't think that you could be reborn again. However, you won't have a second chance. Let me end this grudge. The Origin Dragon Palace belongs to me. Let it return to me. You don't even know what the Origin Dragon Palace is. How do you know that it belongs to you? Long Chen's eyes were cold. He gazed at Jun's Primordial Dragon Pagoda, searching for a way to break it. I am actually stronger than Jun. The only difference is the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. No, he can use it, but I can't. This gave Long Chen some hope. However, at this critical moment, Jun's speed was unprecedentedly fast. He had reached his limit. Right now, in Long Chen's eyes, and in the eyes of millions of people, he had transformed into a pure silver dragon. He had dazzling dragon scales, and his claws were like precious gems. His eyes shone brightly, but his entire body seemed illusory, flickering and moving at will. Moreover, he was a more mature and complete supreme divine dragon. Hence, his body was extremely huge. When he coiled up, he was a super colossus. At the very least, compared to him, Long Chen was just a tiny duh. What is this? He's too big. He doesn't look like a demon. It was said that Long Chen could also transform into this form. For a moment, countless people on Pangu continent were discussing Jun's form. Of course, there were too many people who were watching this battle. So far the battle was exciting, but vaguely, Jun had the upper hand. Especially now, when the dragon sacrificial ceremony appeared in front of Long Chen could feel the pressure of a real divine dragon. In time, Jun will surely reach the peak of Tai Immortal Realm. That's the real supreme divine dragon. It's a pity that I haven't found the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul. Even if I found it, I can only fuse with it when I'm close to the ancestor realm. This was Father's warning. After all, the fusing might cause too much noise, and it might attract the attention of the sleeping sky devourer. This was Long Chen's regret now. He could only rely on his inherited blood essence to fight against the real divine dragon. Yen Heir seems to have the origin dragon's soul, but she was born by herself. Compared to the adult ancestral dragon, she doesn't cause too much noise now. Besides, the dragon attendants might know about her, so they didn't warn me. It shouldn't be a problem. I'm just afraid that when Yen Heir becomes stronger in the future, she will attract their attention. I have to become stronger quickly to protect her, however. He understood that it was useless to think so much. The most important thing was to get through today's calamity. The most important women in his life were waiting for his return. I must go back and see Yen Heir. It was also an explanation to Lingxi. It was a promise that a man needed to shoulder. It was a responsibility, everything. However, Jun wouldn't give him a chance. When he turned into the sacrificial dragon, the primordial dragon pagoda was still covering him. Although it was an original incipient grade divine weapon, he could still use a part of its power. Using the original incipient grade divine weapon, he could use the sacrificial dragon's rule. This was Jun's strongest feature. Previously, he thought that the perpetual forbidden domain was enough to kill Long Chen. In fact, he was right. The perpetual forbidden domain had killed Long Chen once. Jun turned into a dragon, his voice imposing. Then, this will be the moment of your death. It was the first time he faced such a massive divine dragon. The sacrificial dragon's body was covered in silver light, fusing with countless spaces around it. It seemed like he was the embodiment of the countless spaces around him. At that moment, his eyes were as illusory as the universe. The primordial dragon pagoda was surrounded by a transparent divine dragon that sparkled with psychedelic light. It was something similar to the Origin Dragon Palace. It gave people a feeling that it wasn't just a simple original divine weapon. Sacrificial dragons rule, descend. Another space freeze. This was the most depressing thing for Long Chen. However, the primordial cage was different from the perpetual forbidden domain. There was a door in the perpetual forbidden domain that needed to be entered, but the primordial cage directly controlled an endless territory, freezing it and turning it into a cage. It was the ultimate cage in the law of space. The primordial dragon pagoda was glowing brightly on his body. Obviously, he was using the power of the primordial dragon pagoda to control the primordial cage to such an extent. If he wanted to, perhaps he could directly freeze the entire Pango continent. However, he was afraid of the ancient gods of the savage wilderness, so he did not do so. However, what made Long Chen furious was that Lingxi, Yang Yu, and the others were also trapped in the primordial cage. Jun must have done this on purpose. Not only did he want to destroy Long Chen, he also wanted to destroy everything about Long Chen. The sacrificial dragon and the primordial dragon pagoda had frozen the entire space above Pango continent. At that moment, the heaven and earth fell silent. Only the sacrificial dragon himself could speak. Staring at Long Chen with his silver eyes, he said indifferently, "It seems like it's a pity, but this is the result. I've always been ruthless. Don't blame me for not only destroying you, but also everything you have, your descendants, and everything you care about. However, I will help you fulfill your lifelong wish, the successor of the ancestral dragon, Long Chen." At the end of his words, he could not help but smile strangely. Chapter 30:11. Of course I hate you, because why can't it be me? I, Jun, am superior to you in every aspect. In the stillness, Jun transformed into a sacrificial dragon. His enormous body descended above Long Chen. His silver illusory eyes were filled with too much killing intent, anger, and of course, jealousy. Ancient god Savage Wilderness could recover some of his memories, and Jun had come into contact with more people on Dragon's sacrificial continent. It was normal for him to have some of those memories. It was just that he had endured it for too long, and only today, when everything about Long Chen was under his control, did he finally say it out loud. The fact that he could still remain calm after chasing Long Chen all the way from Dragon's sacrificial continent was a terrifying achievement. Now, everything is over. The Blade of Sacrifice. The primeval cage had imprisoned Long Chen, Lingxi, and the others. It was a rule unleashed by the primeval dragon pagoda, and it was a crushing force for Long Chen. It was even harder to resist than the eternal forbidden zone. But, he could only come back from the dead once. Right at this moment, Jun's sacrificial dragon body began to move. His dragon tail began to transform, turning into a huge silver blade. It shone brightly, but it was illusory. With a casual swing, it could cut through heaven and earth, mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon. This was the Blade of Sacrifice, the thing he was using to end Long Chen's life. "I don't believe you can come back to life again," Jun sneered. Under the gaze of all the barbarians on Pango continent, the sacrificial dragon wielded the Blade of Sacrifice and descended above Long Chen. The blade was raised high, and once it fell, the world would be torn apart, and Long Chen would die. In fact, Ling Shi and the others below Long Chen would also become the targets of the heaven sacrificial blade. The blade of sacrificial heaven could definitely kill Long Chen, and then destroy everything Long Chen had, everything he protected, all his responsibilities and promises. That deadly blade of sacrificial heaven made Long Chen feel somewhat dazed. I can no longer bring the dead back to life. It was just like when he faced the Forbidden Region obliteration slash from before. The only difference was that if he was killed this time, he would die. Not only him, but Lingxi, all his brothers and sisters, and all the people on the dragon sacrificial continent would also die. Di Jun would never let them off. When I die, it will be the end of everything. In the stillness, Long Chen saw the still Lingxi. He saw that the young life was still pulsating. She was about to come to this world. How many years had it been for this day? From the beginning until now, he had been fighting for what he had promised his father to accomplish. It was also his long-cherished wish. However, the blade of heaven's sacrifice was going to sever all of this. It contained the power of the primordial dragon pagoda. Everything was the primordial dragon pagoda. In God's nation, countless people were crying. They held each other's hands, shouting and roaring. We can't die. Fight, win. Fight, fight, fight. Go, 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 go. It was a struggle against fate, a rage against disaster. Everyone stood together with Long Chen. Perhaps Lingxi and Long Yan were the reasons why Long Chen couldn't lose at this moment. Perhaps this was just a battle between men. He had promised Lingxi, promised that child. If he didn't do it well, it would be so shameful. I can't do this. At this moment, his eyes were burning as he looked at the blade of sacrifice. His entire body, even every single particle, was erupting with an unprecedented battle intent. His blood vessels, his muscles, his bones, they were all roaring furiously at the same time. It wasn't that he couldn't lose, but that he couldn't die. If he lost, he could make a comeback. But if he died, he would lose everything, and he wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise. At this moment, he was filled with passion and anger. The billions of particles in his body were filled with unprecedented fighting spirit and killing intent. They all gathered in Long Chen's eyes, turning into endless flames that burst forth. At this point, cultivation was no longer just for himself. Long Chen recalled what Long Qinglan had once said to him. Only by being strong could he have dignity, the right to speak, and the power to change fate. Now that he was strong enough, he needed more energy. That energy was responsibility, and that energy was love. It wasn't love, but brotherly love, father-son love, mother-son love, and the feelings he had for the world and his companions. They were all his power, the reason he had no choice but to become strong and survive. For a very long time, he wasn't fighting alone. When he roared, the trillions of living beings in his divine kingdom would fight alongside him. Kill! 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 The love of heroes, the tears of beauties. A battle of survival, a battle of destiny, a battle of life and death, but Long Chen couldn't die at all. Because of this, he had no reason not to go crazy, not to rush to the last moment. The blade of heaven's sacrifice descended. As his life was about to end, many images appeared in Long Chen's mind. Lingxi's gentle and trusting smile, Li Xuanji's silent companionship, Emo Xiaolong's sincerity and hot-bloodedness, Kitten's comical but sincere, and so many more. Every image was a source of strength in his heart. Daddy, he didn't know when or where, but he suddenly heard such a tender voice. Long Chen's heart was filled with hot tears. This must be Long Yan's call to him. She urgently needed him. Even if it was only for Yan this cute little life, he had no reason not to fight. When Di Jun lowered his head, the look in Long Chen's eyes gave him a fright. He had never seen such a fanatical, stubborn and crazy gaze. Just this gaze alone could devour the heavens and earth. It could destroy everything. The will in this gaze was simply the will of the myriad worlds. It was a kind of unyielding, a kind of rage. People were strong because of their strong will. When Long Chen's will merged with the will of the world, it formed a will that was above all things. To Di Jun, this was a terrifying blow. You can't kill me. Even under such circumstances, Long Chen's strange smile made Di Jun's hair stand on end. No one allowed him to be defeated, so how could he be defeated? A true man should stand up for love and responsibility. Behind Long Chen, all the gazes and hope in his eyes were like boiling hot energy in his heart. They were the reason why he would fight to the end even if he died. The 5 types of ancestral dragon's blood had long merged in his anger and even merged into one. Vaguely, it was already spreading towards the Origin Dragon Palace. At this moment, Long Chen was conscious. He gathered all the power in his body and rushed towards the Origin Dragon Palace. Wake up, wake up. The only thing that could crush the primordial dragon pagoda was the Origin Dragon Palace. The power of emotions, the pursuit of survival, and all his fighting spirit were fused into the formless dragon energy and launched an unprecedented attack on the Origin Dragon Palace. He was using the bloodline of the ancestral dragon to attack the Origin Dragon Palace that he couldn't possibly control. Origin Dragon Palace, today, I will use your power to sweep away all obstacles and open up a new path. This is the only time. Under Long Chen's call, countless mystical dragons, dragon martial artists, and even the commoners were contributing their strength. The mystical dragons and dragon martial artists appeared beside the Origin Dragon Palace. Even if their strength was insignificant, they fused their power into Long Chen's to shake the Origin Dragon Palace. Billions of lives were of one mind and one heart with Long Chen. This was something that Di Jun couldn't compare to Long Chen at all. Everyone believed that with the fervent attack and the fighting spirit of the entire race, they would eventually see the light of hope. What did you say? In the endless starry sky, Di Jun laughed maniacally. He wasn't intimidated by Long Chen. Let's give it a try then. Actually, all of this happened in an instant. As Di Jun laughed coldly, he slashed down with the blade of sacrifice. The huge silver blade cut through the sky and descended towards Long Chen's head. Heaven and earth were torn apart, and everything was destroyed from head to toe. From this moment on, you, Long Chen, will no longer exist in the 10,000 realms. You are indeed a legend. However, in my eyes you are also a joke because everything you have is mine. Die. Primordial cage. Blade of sacrifice. Silver light flashed, and the sky and earth lost their color. Everything lost their luster. Long Chen's furious face was still flickering in the light of the blade. Just as the blade of sacrifice was about to land on his head, all of a sudden, Long Chen smiled. At that moment, when the power of the masses gathered at the Origin Dragon Palace, when everyone roared and contributed their power, when Long Chen rushed everything into the Origin Dragon Palace, there was a rumble. The Origin Dragon Palace exploded with a golden light, and a terrifying power burst out, penetrating the god nation. A golden dragon rushed out from within. It rushed out of Long Chen's god nation. Even so, under the control of the primordial dragon pagoda, the golden dragon still rushed out. It swam within the primordial cage, and rushed upwards to meet the blade of sacrifice. Everything was changing, and everything was reversing. Rumble. Silver and gold light shone brightly, drowning everything. Kill. From Long Chen's mouth came the voices of trillions of people. At that moment, the golden light swallowed the dragon. With a loud explosion, the entire primordial cage collapsed. Long Chen was the first to recover, and the boundless starry sky began to operate again. How? This change was too shocking, too violent, too sudden, and too fast. Even ancient god Savage Desolation hadn't expected this. He had just been struggling over whether or not to save Long Chen, but he hadn't expected that Long Chen would save himself. The primordial cage was gone. Di Jun was swallowed up by the golden light in disbelief. When his eyes went wide, he sensed that this wasn't Long Chen's power, but the power of the Origin Dragon Palace. Rumble! Even the defenses of the primordial dragon pagoda were pierced by this power. Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Chapter 30:12. Under the golden light, the primordial dragon pagoda had shrunk back into his body. The primordial dragon pagoda had encountered a power that could intimidate it. Di Jun had not fully controlled the primordial dragon pagoda, but he had never expected such a thing to happen. When the primordial dragon pagoda was gone, he was not much stronger than Long Chen. At this moment, his mind was blank. Heaven, earth, and the universe were like a dream. Boom! Under the power of the Origin Dragon Pagoda, the sacrificial dragon's body collapsed and was riddled with holes. An irresistible impact caused Di Jun to revert back to his human form. His silver body was almost illusory, as if it would disappear at any moment. His eyes had never been as confused and painful as they were at this moment. He had never been as weak as he was at this moment. On the other hand, Long Chen was not exhausted after using the power of the Origin Dragon Pagoda. Instead, He was full of energy and was at his peak, forming a strong contrast with Di Jun. Up until now, this battle had been reversed several times in a row. It was an eye-opener for everyone. It was unbelievable again and again, but there were reversals time and time again. It had been a long time since there was such a wonderful battle in the myriad worlds. Until now, when the barbarians saw this scene, they could only gasp in amazement. However, they did not believe that there would be any suspense. At this moment, they were completely immersed in the power that Long Chen had just unleashed. It was simply a power that was impossible for a divine emperor. When the primordial cage was destroyed, everything returned to normal. On Lingxi's side, the dragon face was also in a normal state. Everything seemed to have returned to peace. Impossible. Di Jun had never been defeated. However, his current weakness was constantly reminding him that he was on the verge of collapsing in this most crucial battle. When the smoke dispersed, he saw Long Chen in front of him. Long Chen was no longer as crazy as before. He was cold and calm, and instantly appeared in front of Di Jun. Di Jun was proficient in the law of space. Long Chen was most afraid that Di Jun would escape. Once he escaped, all the dangers they had just experienced would be in vain. Their eyes met again. However, this time, it was Long Chen who crushed Di Jun's sky-burying coffin. Long Chen's speed was very fast. At the critical moment, the sky-burying coffin descended. Emperor Jun, who had been defeated by the Origin Dragon Palace's attack, could not evade the power of the sky-burying coffin. Just like blonde Emperor Jun, he was trapped inside the coffin. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already devoured blonde Emperor Jun and returned to the kingdom of God. Long Chen. Di Jun shuddered at the thought of Di Jun's fate. However, when he shouted Long Chen's name in the sky-burying coffin, Long Chen had already made his move. Since he had paid such a high price, he could not let Di Jun leave. Heart of Great Void. In that instant, he transformed into a void universe dragon and pounced on the enormous sky-burying coffin. Using his body, he unleashed the Heart of the Great Void. The Heart of the Great Void swept through the entire sky-burying coffin, trapping Di Jun like a turtle in a jar. Boom! The power of time swept past. Time, space and time were of the utmost importance in the laws. However, space was only one of the laws of the second ancestral dragon, while time was the third. Space. It was Di Jun's first time being suppressed by the time freeze. Of course, it was the silver-haired Di Jun. Under the time freeze, he couldn't move at all. However, the time acceleration also descended on him, hastening his destruction. Being hit by the Heart of Great Void and in such a weak state, he was destined to die. In the time stop, Di Jun's body was fading away. He was aging, withering, and losing everything. However, he was actually very strong. Even so, the speed at which he was dying was very slow. By the time he completely died, it would probably take a quarter of an hour. Long Chen couldn't wait that long. Although Di Jun was destined to be defeated and die, Long Chen was still worried. He had to see Di Jun die before he could rest assured. This was the lesson he had learned from Di Jun. Di Jun had been complacent too early. It would be fatal if he was complacent before he killed him. Swoosh! Long Chen landed in the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! He brought the sky-burying coffin to the death world. In the death world, Di Jun would not be able to escape even if he used space transfer. The death world was the world of the primordial blood dragon. Those who had not surpassed the primordial blood dragon's laws would not be able to escape easily. He was relieved when he arrived here, but he still held the ghost blood curse in his hand. Just as Di Jun stared at him with his eyes wide open, he pierced the heart of the laws without saying a word. The ghost blood curse remained. The black swastika rushed into Di Jun's body and covered his entire body in an instant. Under such circumstances, Di Jun would not be able to survive. However, his vitality was too strong. He was still in a deadlock and did not die immediately. Goodbye forever. Long Chen took out the sacrificial spear. He is going to deal the final blow to Di Jun with the law of death in the life world. You don't have to be so ruthless. I'm already dead. Is there a need for that? Di Jun suddenly laughed and cried. The ghost blood curse had already covered his eyes. Long Chen was startled. That's right. He was doomed. There was no more hope. He did not even have much time to speak. Long Chen, you have won. You have completely won. I know I am not qualified, but I beg you to agree to my request. Di Jun ignored the destruction of his body and stared at Long Chen.
Why? Because we are both from the Draconic Sacrifice continent. Di Jun clenched his teeth. He didn't wait for Long Chen to refuse and said, "In my divine country, there are some gods from the immemorial era of Dragon Sacrifice continent.
They are my brothers and also your ancestors.
They are innocent. I beg you to let them live. Everything I have will be yours. Primordial Dragon Pagoda, Myriad Worlds Godly Sword, etc.
Them.
They were probably the two demon god emperors and Tai Yi divine king. They did not interact much with Long Chen. Di Jun was the only powerful god of the immemorial era in the Draconic Sacrifice continent. The others were too far away from him. However, Di Jun still brought them along because of old ties. He was a strange person. He did not seem to care about his lover and daughter, but he made such a request before he died. In fact, even if he did not ask, Long Chen would not harm the innocent like him. I'm different from you. I have all living beings fighting alongside me, and I won't kill innocent people. This is the reason why you lost. If you hadn't targeted Lingxi, the one who lost today might not have been you." Di Jun's body was disappearing under the ghost blood curse and the heart of great void. Only his remnant soul was left struggling.
"Thank you."
Di Jun's last words were sobbing. "I, Di Jun, have lived a glorious life. In the era when the divine dragons were extinct, I was the first to rise. I controlled the Draconic Sacrifice continent and became the first god of the immemorial era. After the Draconic Sacrifice continent died, I obtained the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and found the Origin Dragon Palace. I rose in the myriad of worlds and established a force in the Taihao domain. I made Lord Taihao and I call each other brothers. I concealed my identity and challenged the battlefield of gods and demons. I fought my way to the top of the Divine Emperor ranking list. I defeated the experts of the myriad of worlds and became the first Divine Emperor. I awakened my memory and knew the secrets of the myriad of worlds. I was about to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace and save the myriad of worlds. But I did not expect that the shabby Draconic Sacrifice continent would give birth to you. I thought you were just a coincidence, a stroke of luck, and that the true inheritor was me, so I never cared about you. Just a quarter of an hour ago, I still firmly believed that I was the inheritor, but I didn't expect that all my glory was just a stepping stone for you, the successor.
Long Chen, I am not satisfied."
A hero of a generation, in the moment of defeat, his face was full of tears, crying loudly. He was not satisfied. He was only one step away from the greatest success. Speaking of which, Di Jun is not an evil person. What he wants is harmless to all living beings. He also wants to fight for the myriad worlds. I ask this ancestor, why did he give birth to me, Di Jun, and you, Long Chen? In the end, only his head was left. Di Jun roared with all his strength. The resentful spirit stared at Long Chen.
Why?
Long Chen did not waver. Because I fought for the divine dragon, for the myriad of worlds. I fought for survival, for the sake of all living beings, for the sake of responsibility. As for you, you fought for your own glory, for your own achievements. Di Jun, it seems that our goals are the same, but our spirits are different. Therefore, you are destined not to be the chosen one.
Whoosh.
When Long Chen finished his last word, the sacrificial spear swallowed the last remnant of Di Jun's soul in the sky-burying coffin. However, when Long Chen finished his last sentence, Di Jun seemed to understand. Therefore his eyes dimmed. He was not as unwilling as before because he understood Long Chen's words. It seemed that their goals were the same, but they were fundamentally different. The one who was truly lucky was him. As for the person who was truly chosen, it was still Long Chen. If he was willing to help Long Chen, the situation would be different. However, he insisted on walking the path of a life and death battle with Long Chen. Di Jun had completely disappeared. The entire sky-burying coffin was empty. Only Di Jun's divine country was left. At this time, many gods of the Dragonrite continent came out of their divine countries. They knew about this battle, but they probably did not know about the Divine Dragon and the Sky Devourer clan. According to my agreement with Di Jun, all of you can leave.
However, you are not allowed to do anything heartless in the myriad of worlds and disgrace the Dragonrite continent.
Now, Long Chen was no longer on the same level as them. He put away the sky-burying coffin and swept all the important items in Di Jun's divine country into the death rain. When he had time in the future,
he would slowly organize them. Then, he would control the gods of the Dragonright continent. Long Chen, from now on, we will follow you, said a white-haired girl among the demon god emperors. The others did not object. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Perhaps this was Di Jun's last order. No matter what happened in the past, it was just a competition between you and Di Jun for treasures. The myriad of worlds is vast. Now, we can only follow you. I hope you can give us a chance. All right. Long Chen swept them into his divine country. In his divine country, the world was under Long Chen's control. They couldn't do anything if they wanted. Chapter 30:13. Among the treasures left behind by Di Jun, the most important ones were the primordial dragon pagoda, the myriad worlds divine sword, the gate of the universe, and the eternal opal. Among them, the gate of the universe was borrowed from divine Taihao. Of course, it was now in the hands of Long Chen. Long Chen was not going to return such a precious and powerful item to divine Taihao. With the gate of the universe, as long as one mastered the way to use it, he could travel to any place in the myriad worlds at will. It could help the realms of life and death, and it would be even more difficult for others to catch Long Chen. However, what Long Chen was most curious about was the primordial dragon pagoda. If it were not for the special circumstances, he would, of course, study the pagoda first. The special thing now was that something more important than the primordial dragon pagoda had appeared. That was, of course, his precious daughter, whom he had been waiting for a long time. When Di Jun was killed and everything was settled, he did not have the same feeling of disbelief that he had after defeating Di Jun. Instead, he hurriedly left the death world and returned to the starry sky where he fought Di Jun. If it were any other time, he would still be immersed in the excitement and joy of defeating Di Jun. But now, there was something that made Long Chen even more excited. Whoosh! The moment he appeared alone in the starry sky, the whole Pangu continent was boiling. Just a while ago, Long Chen had seriously injured Di Jun with a strange method, then imprisoned him with the sky-burying coffin and brought him into the death world. Now that he had come out alone, it naturally meant that the real winner of this unprecedented battle was Long Chen. I can't believe he really won. Unbelievable. It's a miracle that a battle of this level can be so complicated. Di Jun, who was able to repel the Dark Heaven Region Lord, was defeated. From now on, Long Chen will have a bright future ahead of him. No one will be able to stop him anymore. Now, he is the #1 divine emperor in the world. He is an absolute supreme expert under the supreme deity realm. He can even compete with the supreme deity realm and the Tai divine realm. Praises and praises for Long Chen came pouring in like a tide. Even the experts of Panga's heart and the few divine masters were now looking at Long Chen with admiration. Master, I didn't expect his limits to be so shocking. Before the battle, I really thought that he was no match for Di Jun. The Wildlands sect master shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not just you. Actually, I also think that his chances of winning are only 10%. Ancient God Savage Wilderness and the Savage Wilderness sect master bitterly smiled. However, no matter how many praises and exclamations there were, to Long Chen, none of it existed. He couldn't hear them at all. As soon as he appeared, he rushed madly towards Lingxi. His eyes were only looking at one place. In this place, the dense Pangu spiritual energy had already dissipated. Everything became very clear, as if everything had ended. Her. Long Chen's eyes penetrated everything and fell on Lingxi. Now, Lingxi was floating in the air with her white dress fluttering and long hair dancing in the wind. She looked dreamy. Long Chen originally thought that she would be very tired, but unexpectedly, Lingxi was in high spirits at this time as if she had received a huge nourishment. Her realm had stabilized at the Divine Emperor realm of perfection, and was even infinitely close to the Divine Emperor realm of Ultimate Divine Emperor. It wouldn't take long for her to become an Ultimate Divine Emperor. Perhaps all this was because Long Yan had absorbed too much Pangu spiritual energy through her. Lingxi had been in danger twice before, but now it was a blessing in disguise. When Long Chen saw that she was in a very good condition, the nervousness in his heart had already been reduced by half. In the next instant, his gaze landed on Lingxi's bosom, where there was a life form with an incomparably huge amount of life force. In terms of the vigorous life force, it was not inferior to that of Long Chen who cultivated the life law. At the same time, the majestic power in her body was similar to that of Lingxi in terms of realm. After absorbing a large amount of Pangu's spiritual energy, this child was already a divine emperor in the divine emperor realm of perfection when she was just born. There was even a lot of power accumulated in her body. When she grew up, she would obviously be even more terrifying. Long Chen couldn't wait to appear in front of Lingxi. His hands were almost trembling as he gently placed them on the young but strong life. This was his daughter. Even though she was just born, she was already very round and cute. He could vaguely see that she had black hair. When she opened her eyes, her pupils were shockingly red. "This is my daughter." Long Chen was a little stunned. Although he had watched her grow up, he still felt a little dazed when he saw her in front of him. This little girl was still at a very young stage, but after all, she was born in a high position. Now, she did not cry or make a fuss. Her body and primordial spirit were growing rapidly, and there were changes all the time. Her pair of big red eyes stared at Long Chen. As soon as she saw Long Chen, she just reached out to Long Chen while babbling. "I want you to carry her." Lingxi's face was slightly red. As a mother for the first time, she looked at this little girl with doting eyes. Long Chen took the young life and was still in a daze. However, the little girl was much calmer than him. As soon as she came into Long Chen's arms, she stretched her little body to her heart's content. From time to time, she used her little hands to pinch Long Chen's face and giggled. "Daddy!" Suddenly, she cried out and stared at Long Chen with her big red eyes. It was not surprising that a monster who was born as a god emperor could speak after a while. In fact, she might have even developed her own consciousness when she was a fetus. This call caused Long Chen's heart to feel intoxicated, and he wished that he could take out everything he had and give it to this child. "What about me? What about me?" Lingxi asked anxiously when she heard that. "Mommy." The little girl's voice was dragged out. The strange address made Lingxi blush as well. They had forgotten everything now. In their world, there was only this little girl. Of course, this was in front of a large crowd. Long Chen and Lingxi played with the little girl for a while, then handed her over to Lingxi and brought them into the Divine Kingdom. After defeating Di Jun, he did not want to do anything now. All he wanted now was to have a good rest with his family and brothers. However, he still had to inform the ancient god of barbaric wilderness before fighting on Pangu continent. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Long Chen landed in Panga's heart. The ancient god of barbaric wilderness and the sect master of barbaric wilderness were both here. "Thank you for your help this time, seniors. Long Chen will never forget your kindness today." The ancient god shook his head and said, "I didn't help you much. Everything you have now is the result of your hard work and you have won it. The road ahead is still bumpy, and it all depends on your future efforts." Gratitude was something that Long Chen only needed to remember in his heart. "We have to congratulate you on your double happiness today," said the sect master of barbaric wilderness. "Not only have you gotten rid of your mortal enemy, but you have also gotten a daughter. Now that you need to enjoy the happiness of a family, we won't disturb you any longer. You can do whatever you want on Pangu continent." "Thank you, seniors," said Long Chen with a relaxed smile. To be honest, he could not wait to return to the realm of life. The battle was over, and he had not seen enough of his daughter. After expressing his gratitude to the immortal divine phoenix, Long Chen returned to the realm of life amidst the satisfied and amazed gazes of the crowd. He knew that the news of today's battle would spread to all the worlds in an instant. His name and glory would be known by more people. From now on, he would be crowned with the title of the #1 on the Divine Emperor list, the #1 Divine Emperor in all the worlds, and one of the most fearsome figures in the world. At this time, Long Chen was already one of the supreme figures in all the worlds. Even a primeval incipient realm had to be afraid of a figure like Long Chen. But for Long Chen, none of this mattered at all. The realm of life was safer than the divine kingdom. Therefore, when he did not need to cultivate, Long Chen hoped that those closest to him could stay in the realm of life, such as Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, Yang Lingqing, Yang Yu, and the Dragon Emperor. Of course, the Dragon Emperors were usually very busy, as they were handling the blood essence and origin dragon souls for Long Chen. Of course, Little Dragon Yen and Lingxi were also in the realm of life. The realm of life, with its vigorous life force, was a wonderful place to live. However, Long Chen couldn't find the origin dragon souls of the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon or the Syndicate Dragon here. Anyway, the Spirit Dragon was in the building with Sacred Tree, and the others were scattered. When Long Chen returned to the realm of life and asked Lingxi and the others to come, Little Dragon Yan had become familiar with Kitten, Mo Xiaolang, Xueqi, and Yongling Qing. Although she was still a baby, she had matured faster. Shortly after, she could call them. Little Beauty. Call me Uncle Cat. Call me Uncle Cat. No, call me first. Call me. I'm Xueqi. I'm your aunt. At this moment, everybody was surrounding Lingxi. They couldn't wait to see this little girl playing happily. And all of this was built on the foundation of Long Chen's victory. When he saw this scene, Long Chen understood in his heart that his victory and survival this time were worth it, and how precious it was. Big brother. After Mo Xiaolang devoured the blonde Di Jun, he had reached the ultimate divine emperor realm. The eternal incandescent stone was also of the fire attribute. It was also devoured by Mo Xiaolang at that critical moment. In fact, he had just completely digested it. When he woke up, Long Chen had already won, just as he had expected. With the strength of an ultimate divine emperor, 3 ancestral fires, and the Chaos Devil Saber, Mo Xiaolang was quite powerful now. He might even be able to fight against Long Chen. Di Jun seemed to have left behind an eternal-level boundless divine technique called Celestial Emperor's Sun Refining Art. I'll give it to you when I'm sorting things out later. Long Chen had taken a glance at the items left behind by Di Jun. It was the boundless divine technique cultivated by the golden-haired Di Jun Mo Xiaolang smiled and nodded. Even though he had experienced so many battles and killings, his smile was still so clean. At this moment, everyone let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that at this moment, Xiao Long Yan had actually turned into a chubby red dragon the size of an arm. He flew above everyone's head and giggled happily. From this appearance, it could be expected that he would look like the primordial blood spiritual dragon when he grew up. As expected, it's the ancestral dragon. However, there's a slight difference from the ancestral dragons that appeared in the origin of the divine dragons. The ancestral dragons were already super experts when they first appeared. Compared to those ancestral dragons, Yan is still too weak. However, it seems that she has a lot of room for growth. Before I merged with the origin dragon soul, her room was even bigger than mine. Her future is indeed limitless. However, I have to protect her well. Long Chen secretly made up his mind. No matter what, he would let Xiao Long Yan grow up safely. However, he was depressed. Growing up under the protection of so many people, would Xiao Long Yan have a bad temper in the future? After all, he hated the temper of a little princess the most. Then he saw Lingxi. With she by her side, she will definitely be very kind. Chapter 30:14. Following that, the days revolved around Long Yan and became peaceful. From the moment they arrived at the myriad worlds, they were chased by Di Jun. It seemed that they had never had peace. Now that Di Jun was dead, all the pressure on them was gone. Long Chen and the rest could go into battle without being so passive. Even if they knew the location of the time tunnel, they were not in a hurry to go there. Instead, they had to be prepared. Long Yan's physical growth was very slow. It would probably take tens of thousands of years for her to grow up. However, she was very smart. It didn't take long for her to be able to communicate with everyone. Sure enough, she was quirky and was quite similar to Lingxi when she was young. Of course, she was more lively. One moment, she would stick to Lingxi, the next moment, she would transform into a small dragon and run around the entire realm of life. Not many people could catch up with her. Fortunately, the realm of life wasn't afraid of her destruction. Otherwise, if it were any other place, it wouldn't be enough for her to mess around. Usually, it was quite depressing for Lingxi to chase her, but Lingxi enjoyed it. Mommy, what is this thing? Uncle Kitten is here again. I have to run. This small red whirlwind made everyone happy. Especially Kitten and Xueqi, they loved to play around and didn't stop every day. At first, it was Kitten who teased her, but soon, Kitten became the target of teasing. Haha, Uncle Kitten, you are so slow. Good Yan quickly spank his butt. Xueqi was mischievous at the side. After circling around this child for a long time, Long Chen set off again. Now, Long Yan was not afraid of anyone, but she still listened to Long Chen's words. Everyone spoiled her too much, so Long Chen had no choice but to be more serious so that she wouldn't be too lawless. Daddy, are you very powerful? I saw you fighting with someone the other day. You were so fierce. Long Yen turned into a small dragon and wrapped around Long Chen's arm. She looked at Long Chen eagerly. It was easier for her to move in her dragon form. If she was in human form, she could only crawl. Yen be good. In this world there are fights, but there are also people who want to live in harmony. We all live in harmony, but there will also be people who want to fight with us. Therefore I have to protect everyone. When Yen grows up, I have to protect everyone and protect my parents. Do you understand? I understand. Long Yen nodded heavily. Her world was blank. Many ideas needed to be instilled by her parents. She had the best talent and future in the world. Long Chen hoped that when she had great power, she could also have an upright and kind heart. He and Lingxi played a crucial role in Long Yan's world. Daddy, I'm going to play with Uncle Kitten. After Long Yan heard this, she immediately ran away again. Looking at her back as she left, Long Chen could not help but smile. This feeling was really wonderful. A family could really make a man more powerful and fighting spirit. Little Shi, come with me. Long Chen waved his hand slightly and brought Lingxi to another corner of the realm of life. It had been a few months since he defeated Di Jun. He had been accompanying them before, but he knew that it was almost time to deal with these serious matters. Previously, he found the celestial the Arch-Sun refining technique, 4mo Shaolang among Di Jun's relics. Now, Mo Shaolang was cultivating the eternal-level boundless divine technique. Mo Shaolang was already an ultimate divine emperor. It should not be difficult for him to complete the transformation of his power and reach the eternal level with the celestial the Arch-Sun refining divine spirit that only ordinary ultimate gods possessed. However, he also learned from the dragon sacrifice deities that the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was destroyed by Di Jun. When he heard the news, he was very disappointed. However, he knew in his heart that it was already a world that would eventually be destroyed. He had to re-establish order and build a new world in order to let the dragon sacrificial dragon continent return. It was just that the once glorious world was now destroyed. Of course, he still felt very sad. In his memory, there were the streets he had walked, the familiar Yang residence, the prosperity of Yuanling City, the road he and Lingxi walked together, the Wushu Sage Dynasty, the primordial cemetery, the true martial emperor palace where he fought, the Sword Soul Mountain when he transformed into a dragon. There were the 5 great dragon cities, the Chaos Galaxy, the 3 Life Divine Stone of the Sea Clan, and the Spiritual Clan's Spiritual Lord residence. But all of this was gone. It was impossible to say that he was not sad. After all, the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent carried too many of Long Chen's memories. One day, I will make this disappeared world reappear and restore its glory. The entire god nation and the people of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent were somewhat helpless, but they still believed in Long Chen. Just like how they contributed their strength and finally helped Long Chen defeat Di Jun. A new beginning was right in front of them. Long Chen planned to return to the dragon sacrificial dragon continent once before looking for the time tunnel. Although the dragon sacrificial dragon continent no longer existed, Long Chen still wanted to go back and take a look. At least, the Curse Realm and the Divine Star of Destiny were still in their original places. What's wrong? Lingxi had been busy accompanying the dragon these days. Her condition was really much better. Now that the dragon was born, she felt relaxed and seemed to be in high spirits. What do you think? Long Chen smiled and held her in his arms. They lingered in this world of life. After all, it had been a long time since they had the dragon. This time, it was naturally especially exciting. After a long time, it finally ended. Long Chen hugged her. Lingxi's skin was still slightly red and emitted heat. Her laws and Long Chen's communication were very beneficial to her. She was already close to the ultimate deity emperor realm, and now she was even faster. Of the 18 types of heavenly rules, only the last one is left. It won't be long before I comprehend all of them and reach the ultimate deity emperor realm. I hope that by then, I can be of help to you like Xiao Lang. Lingxi lay on his chest and looked at Long Chen with big eyes like the dragon. That's not all. Long Chen suddenly smiled. What? Lingxi looked at him curiously. Seeing that he only cared about smiling, she used her fist to hit his chest and said, "You're not young anymore, you can't be so frivolous anymore. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it." All right. Long Chen sat up straight and said, When I saw the primordial dragon pagoda left behind by Emperor June, I didn't expect such a selfish person to leave it behind instead of destroying it. He probably left it at the last moment without telling me. She seemed to have guessed something. She pursed her lips and said, given his personality of not being willing to admit defeat, he definitely wouldn't do it openly in front of you. That's why he came here in secret. In truth, he also hopes that the divine dragons can return. Otherwise, out of all the unparalleled divine dragons in the future, only the sacrificial dragon's legacy will be severed. That's right, Long Chen found the sacrificial dragon's blood essence and origin dragon soul in the primordial dragon pagoda. The sacrificial dragon was one of the symbiotic dragons of the second ancestral dragon. It was a pure space divine dragon. Before the epoch, among all the symbiotic dragons, its ability could be ranked in the top 10. It was much stronger than all the inheritance blood and origin dragon souls that Long Chen currently possessed. It was Emperor June who couldn't bear to destroy it and left it behind. Otherwise it would have been destroyed together. What I mean is for you to inherit the sacrificial dragon's blood essence and origin dragon soul. With your current strength, if you become the sacrificial dragon directly, you will be much stronger than Ling Qing. Among the heavenly rules and spiritual techniques, there are many that are related to the laws of space. You are undoubtedly the most suitable. You have already brought out the full potential of Celestial Emperor Ling Su's inheritance. You should be able to develop further. Me. Lingxi was taken aback. In fact, she was never the best at combat. Long Chen had walked further and further on the path of the strong. Lingxi's talent wasn't high. Even with Long Chen's help, it was hard for her to play a role under Long Chen's shadow. Especially after she was pregnant for a long time, she almost didn't participate in combat. I also don't want to be a weakling. I should work hard. Lingxi nodded slightly. There had been many supreme divine dragon inheritance blood essences, but she hadn't chosen any of them. Firstly, she was still pregnant at that time. Secondly, she hadn't prepared herself and was worried that she would waste Long Chen's inheritance blood essences. Believe me, no one can bring out its potential better than you. Moreover, I need someone to control the gate of the universe. You are the person I trust the most. Of course you have to be the one. With the gate of the universe, I can quickly travel to other places in the myriad worlds. Long Chen didn't understand the laws of space. If he controlled the gate of the universe, it would be hard to bring out its potential. With so many resources left behind by Emperor June, Long Chen could rely on them to create another Emperor June. Now that Lingxi was in her best state, it was time for her to take charge. After all, she also wanted to use her own strength to protect her children and home. Then, all right. Since I've made my choice, I will work hard. I won't let you down. Lingxi thought for a while and finally looked at Long Chen with determination. Don't treat me like an outsider. But I believe you can do it. Just the look of conviction was enough. Previously, Lingxi wasn't ready to inherit the blood essence. But now she was ready. For hundreds of years, they had been together. She was still Long Chen's most precious treasure. All right, let's start. I will protect you. Perhaps with your foundation that is close to the ultimate divine emperor, you might not be weaker than Emperor June. Emperor June originally reached the ultimate divine emperor realm with the help of the dragon sacrifice. Lingxi was already close to the ultimate divine emperor realm. When she inherited the blood essence and the origin of the dragon's soul, Lingxi was much stronger than Emperor June. Therefore, even Long Chen wasn't sure to what extent he could help Lingxi reach this time. Making the woman he loved the most powerful was a manifestation of his ability. In the future, they would build a home together.